All right, guys, I just had to come this afternoon to have this small session today. And I know a lot of people have been asking me why I haven't been saying anything about Mali. But I want to tell you guys something that, sometimes it's better to learn things. Sometimes it's better to be informed. Sometimes it's better to know before saying anything, because if you're going to be rushing on saying anything that like if something is happening today and you're going ahead to say something, sometimes you might it's not wise to do that sometimes. So I had to satisfy myself. I had to go through the news. I had to read again and again to kind of understand the full situation, what's going on right now. And yet I know I still don't understand fully what is really going on or what is happening, but that's why my request is to find somebody from Mali out there who will come and share with us what's really going on. Because the only thing that I can see is on the news, is what has been written. But I know we can get a solid information from the people of Mali themselves. Okay, so why am I coming here today? I know some of you all are here watching right now, and maybe hopefully people will join later as well, or they'll come to watch. But one thing that I can tell you, please, if you know anyone from Mali, please let me know, or anyone from the Western Africa who can come and share with us and help us to give us ABC of everything that is going on. But this is what I would say. If you guys, you don't know about anything that is going on in Mali, I want to show you something, right? I want to show you something, the video that it will help you a little bit to understand what is going on. Okay, let me show you here something. I'll show you a video that will explain just a little bit what is going on there, and then I'll go to raise my voice a little bit. Okay, let me share with you guys here. If you do not know anything about what's going on in Mali, I'll show you a short video here that you guys can understand a little bit. Okay.
ECOWAS has decided to uphold the initial sanctions already imposed on Mali and on the transition authorities. ECOWAS has already decided to impose additional economic and financial sanctions, which are withdrawal of all ECOWAS ambassadors in Mali, closure of land and air borders between ECOWAS countries and Mali, suspension of all commercial and financial transactions between ECOWAS member states and Mali, with the exception of the following products: essential consumer goods, pharmaceutical products, medical supplies and equipment, including materials for the control of COVID-19, petroleum products and electricity. Freeze of assets of the Republic of Mali in ECOWAS central banks, freeze of assets of the Malian state and the state enterprises and parastatals in commercial banks, and also the suspension of Mali from all financial assistance and transactions from all financial institutions.
So my question is, all right, you guys have seen all these sanctions and you can search actually. My question is, why, what in the world, and why are we doing this to our people? Isn't it ECOWAS? It was supposed to be working for the people, supporting the region of Western Africa, supporting what they're doing, and saving people's lives, saving the economy in the West. But why doing the opposite? What did people of Mali do to deserve what is happening right now in Mali? They're the victims here. People of Mali, when you put sanctions on Mali and on people, you are not punishing the military leadership in Mali, but you're punishing the people of Mali. They don't deserve this. Nobody can leave Mali right now. Nobody can go there because there's no airplane. You have seen all the sanctions that, man, it's crazy, man. It's crazy when you read the sanction that has been imposed on Mali. But the very interesting thing is this, that Russia, there's a news said Russia, China block UN support for ECOWAS sanctions on Mali. Russia and China have blocked the SC from supporting a decision West Africa Economic Bloc ECOWAS to impose new sanctions on Mali after its military leader proposed a stay in power for up to 5 years. This is very interesting that we as African, we are actually punishing each other. ECOWAS is punishing Mali by putting on sanction on Mali, and all these sanctions, they're not going to affect the leadership in Mali, but it's going to affect people, common mwananchi, the ordinary people. They're the one who's suffering at the middle of pandemic. They're struggling already. They need medical supply. All right. Some people, they need to move to do business here and there, but you're putting sanction on people of Mali. They're the one who are suffering. People are going to die because of these sanctions. And you have leaders of ECOWAS literally sitting in Ghana and making these decisions to sanction on Mali. And then out there, you have Russia and China who actually oppose this decision in UNSC that ECOWAS is trying to sanction on Mali. Sanction that ECOWAS imposed on Mali, right? And what is happening is that China and Russia, they're opposing it. They say no. Someone else, it's a shame that someone else out there from Africa is actually standing with Mali to say no to the sanctions that are happening in Mali. We all know they might have their own agendas, all right? But at this point, Russia and China are standing with the people of Mali, and Africa, ECOWAS, they're the one who are trying to paralyze Mali. It's disgrace. It's unacceptable. It's a shame. This is what I see. I'm going to give you guys a link here because I would love to hear your opinion. We have a brother tonight from Western. I would love to hear your opinion. But this is what I want to say. This is what I say. I see we are creating a vicious cycle. We are creating the same issue over and over and over again. The sanction that ECOWAS is putting on Mali, that's a lot of people that are saying French is behind this. What is happening there? Now you have Russia and China supporting and saying no to this sanction on Mali. You see what is going to happen after what is happening right now? Think about what Russia and China sees in Mali. And that's why they're supporting against this. And obviously the government, the leadership in Mali, they will make some sort of relationship or whatever contract with Russia and China in this regard because they are behind them. But all of these people, they don't want good for Mali. Either China, either Russia, either France, either whatever countries it out there. Nobody wants the best for Africa except Africans ourselves. But now you have the organization that is standing against the people of Mali. You see what is going to happen. The people of Mali, they're going to continue to suffer because their own people, ECOWAS, they're not standing with them. Is there no better way to stop what is going on there than putting all these sanctions on the people of Mali? We're betraying people of Mali. We're not punishing the government, the leadership, the military of Mali, but we are betraying the people of Mali. ECOWAS is supposed to be there with the people of Mali. They're supposed to be there to support them, to find a solution. How are they going to change that solution? How are they going to make sure that nobody else is dying? They're going to make sure that these people are surviving, are living, and enjoying their life in Mali. But putting sanction on them, it's ridiculous because you're punishing people and not the government, not the military that has been leading there since 2020. Yes, they say they want to lead for until 2026. That also is not acceptable. But you guys, you can find out what you can do, and we're gonna have this conversation today. We have a lot of smart people here. We'll give us suggestion what can be done instead of sanction. But only one thing that comes to my mind is that sanction has to stop on Mali. They have to stop because, I don't even know what these people are thinking. I don't even know what these people are thinking because when you're putting sanction on the country, this is the behavior that Westerners, they've always been doing to us. Just a couple weeks ago, month and all this year, we've been saying no, no, no to sanction that US have been putting on Ethiopia. And today, we have our own people putting sanction on our own people. Do you see why this fight is difficult? Because, man, I honestly, I'm telling you the truth, guys. I cannot believe that these sanctions have been imposed on Mali. I cannot believe. I'm against with what the military are doing there. I'm against that. I want to be very clear with that. But putting sanction on Mali, this type of sanction that you put on Mali, you're not punishing military, you're punishing people. They're the one who are suffering. They're the one who are going through all this shitty situation that is going on there. This sanction on Mali must stop. And ECOWAS, you can do a better job than that. You're supposed to be protecting people. You're supposed to work for people. Africans, we're supposed to defend one another. When did we start putting sanction on one another? When? Africa. And what do you expect friends to do? What do you expect Russia, China, and the US to do? If we're punishing each other, if we're paralyzing each other, if we're destroying each other, what do you expect people to do? Well, it's the time for Africa to stand with the people of Mali. We have seen what has happened in Sudan. People of Sudan, they step outside, they say no more, they stand against the military regime that was going on there in Sudan, and the prime minister, he resigned. The people of Mali and people of Africa should stand with the people of Mali to say no more to what is going on, so that this, whatever military leadership may get out of this leadership. Because our people are the ones who are suffering, man. And we have to care for people. When you're making this decision, you're in your rooms and making this decision, you have to think about people and who is going to be affected by your decisions. Man, these are smart leaders. These are smart leaders that we look up to. These are leaders who are leading our countries, who are making a lot of progress. Why punishing our people? That's the only thing that I'm asking. Guys, I share the link in the comment section. Okay, I'm glad that I have Tunaija here. My brother Tunaija, how are you today?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I just thought I should jump in on this one because this one is really tied to everything we've been talking about this thing lately. From what I see, I wouldn't be talking about how we are trying to silence the guns on the continent and how we want to stop instability on the continent, and how we want civilian regimes not to be carrying out coup by extending their terms in office. So one of the ways you can do that is to deter governments from taking over. And I'm not so sure this is a clear-cut situation whereby we just say no sanctions. African countries are taking actions themselves. It's not Western people that are doing it. And if you notice, I saw the video you played. They actually said everything tied to civilian life is released. It's medication, food supplies, everything for civilian life is released. And that tells you the people that are doing this know that they are dealing with their people. The Western people don't distinguish. So they are targeting the regime from being able to function as a state itself. Because normally, in the 90s, Nigeria will just go in there and kick that regime out. Because sooner or later, we have to decide that, okay, there are certain things that are acceptable within the continent. Yeah, we know Western people hate us, and when we hear sanction, it sounds like what they do to us too. But it's like, just because Western people jail people, does that mean we shouldn't jail our own criminals? We should be able to jail and deal with people that are misbehaving on the continent. We can't keep having young men decide that they don't like their government and they just overthrow the government at will. How is investment going to come into that continent? How are we going to have the stability that we crave to give us a chance to heal? When these people just keep doing these things, we just had 2 coups in 2010. Guinea and this, it's just rampant. These people are taking us back. Have you ever had this type of stuff since how many decades now in Europe? They can't keep doing this and expect Africans not to do something about it. And personally, sooner or later, we have to start taking responsibility. We can't be saying everything is out of our control. It's the Western people and all the rest of it. There are certain things we can control. I've seen the Nigerian government remove military regime from office. When we can control it, and because of that, Sri Lanka has democracy today. Africans, if we can do without dictatorship, we should do it. I still think that if let's say military regime comes into office and that military regime is popular, everything they are doing to them that will not affect them. If they are popular, because people are still getting all their resources that they want, the military, just because they don't travel overseas, is that going to make them? If you are not there to steal from your people, why do you want to travel overseas? Do the job. Create military. There's no reason why you can't create a military with that. Secure your country. Administer your country properly. Instead of inviting 1,000 Russians to come into your country. You invite 1,000 Russians to come into your country. When you can have them do Zoom call or do whatever you want to do, and then send the weapons over. If they want to come and train on people, send 2 or 3. You took 997 jobs from your people that don't need to be outsourced to Russians. This is a country that has 20 million people, and you are bringing foreign people to come and help secure a country. All African countries, South African, all sub-Saharan African countries are doing the same thing. But sooner or later, everything we are talking we want to do, we have to start taking responsibility and putting into action. How else? Do you have any other suggestion that our leaders can use to deal with any rule breakers like coup plotters and people that want to extend their terms in office? How else can you deal with it other than, for me, this is the most benign one. If I had my way, any military regime that comes into office, there is going to be a military intervention to remove them. We need stability. We need our people to feel stable. We need businesses to feel stable, that when they come into a country, young men are just going to come and change the whole paradigm, and they don't know whether our business is stable or not. Nobody is going to come there and do business. China is where it is today because they have stability, even if it's a communist regime. You have to have an element of stability. India is also poor. They were once poor, but they have stability because their democratic system was at least stable. You have to keep things going so that people can heal. All this up, down, when do we get a chance to heal? And this is why I support the this is West African Union and this in ECOWAS for taking this action, because ECOWAS has been very, compared to East African region and Southern African region, ECOWAS is very muscular. And it could be because Nigeria actually makes a majority of the ECOWAS population. Nigeria is about 50-something% of the ECOWAS population. So when things happen there and they feel like, okay, this shouldn't be happening, then they will just be able to intervene relatively quickly compared to maybe other regions to stop it from happening. There are 2 wars that are happening in West Africa, at least 2, that Nigeria has helped to stop. That literally go there to stop it. Just like Rwanda did with this in Mozambique. Sooner or later, we have to start taking charge to stop things. Just, okay, when Nigeria stopped that war, the headline is Africa is still poor. But within those poor headlines and bad headlines, it doesn't mean the action itself wasn't a good action. It could have been worse. Maybe it could have even been as bad as that of Rwanda. So
let me ask you this question to Niger. Me personally, first of all, I don't agree with the decision that ECOWAS have taken, and because what I see is we all see what is going on, and I've been following the news. I see the people of Mali, all of them, they seem to, first of all, not to agree with the military regime that is trying to increase 5 more years, and also not agreeing with the sanction that has been imposed on them because it affects them, regardless of of all these others that has happened. But it seems like all these sanctions that are put on on Mali, it's not really particularly to the military regime, but it's affecting the people as well, right? Yes, we don't need to have this regime and it wants support from ECOWAS, but why putting the sanctions on sanction that will affect the people of Mali as well?
I'm not sure it affects the people of Mali directly. From what I gather, from what that video showed, they were saying that goods anything, even COVID-19 vaccines are allowed into the country and all those other things. The things that they froze is the things that will allow the government to function. Like, and those things, remember, they use a key term, like money that is in West African banks, which how many countries store their money in West African banks? And those are the things are the ones that they block, like the borders. They block the borders from the leaders and all the other things that, you know, industry from going out. But the things that affect people's lives, they still let them through. They are not. It's not a cool, calculated thing to just make people's life miserable. And it's in a way, it's more of a slap on the wrist. Personally, if you look at the regime, will still carry on almost the way they are carrying on. It's not going to stop anything. The Russians will still come in. All the rest is going to carry on. It's just more of a signal to the regime that this type of thing you are doing is not acceptable, given that we are looking to go into a democratic system. And there is no reason why Africa can't have an even more advanced democratic system in place. And there is no reason why we too can have an advanced way of intervening when this type of things happen. Africa needs it. We talked about this. How do you have the silencing on the guns when these young men can just shoot up from the military and take over regimes from a democratic government instantly as they see fit? That is the only way. Give me any other solution to it to stop military regimes from coming to office. If you have a solution, I'm listening.
What I want to say is, if that is what you're suggesting, don't you think that people are going to die? Because if you're having a military regime that is wanting to increase their time, and then you use another military to fight against that, the people that are going to die are civilians.
Are you going to say because you kidnap somebody and people are going to get killed, you don't go and get the kidnapper? Are you going to say because terrorists are coming to take over villages and like in Nigeria, they come and you don't go and try to get the villages back from them? They've already.
I believe there's a way for negotiation. This.
Okay, let's say there's a way. They were negotiating.
And the military regime in Mali.
They were negotiating. The military regime said that they were going to carry out an election in February next month. And they changed it to 5 years. You see what I mean? They broke the agreement that they had with other people and just changed it to 5 years. You see, this is the thing we are talking about. Nigeria, I lived through Nigeria from a very young child. When I was in Nigeria, Nigeria's currency was about to the dollar, the same, like to the dollar. Then the military regime came into office. By the time I was a teenager, the guy has destroyed Nigeria. These people, they don't understand how to govern states. They don't understand the bigger picture as well because they are just military. They don't understand how the state is crafted and how the whole thing comes together. And they come in and besides, there is no check and balance on them too. That also makes it worse. Then they come in, if they don't understand or they don't have the good intention, they will doom your region. I've seen it happen with Nigeria. And if there is any other better way of deterring people from destabilizing the governance of Africa, tell me. There is no other way. If anything, I think it should be more robust. We should have a zero tolerance approach to people just coming in and taking over the state. It's crazy. Nobody will want to come and invest in a situation where there is anarchy like that. This is why, you know, we talk about all the other things foreigners do. But this one is within our control now. And region, I think, Eastern African region, Southern African region, those things are within our control. We have an element of level of power now that we know we have been able to wield before. Nigeria has done it before. So we know we have the power to do that. Why are we not doing it more? So that we stop all these instabilities and you see that people will start returning back to the continent, business will start coming back, and people's life will get better. But when these young men feel like, oh, their own vision of the world seems to be the best one, they just come in and just, boom, take over government, we are never going to get there. This type of military coup is what led to the civil war in Nigeria. They just feel like, oh, we prefer this type of government, we do this, boom, take over military regime. Then you kill so and so people. Before you know it, boom, one thing led to another, civil war. We can't keep having it, and I think that the African leaders, they are beginning to recognize that too. This is why African leaders hardly criticize each other. We know many of the things that they are facing. They have a lot of challenges and they have a lot of problems, but we have to learn to take yes for an answer. When somebody is doing the right things, we need to start encouraging that. Because what they are trying to do here is saying, you can't just take over a military regime. You can't just have a negotiation to go and you just change it. You know, you can't just extend it by 5 years at will, as if there should be no consequences for you. If we carry on like that, we'll be having people that grow up and have a president in office for 30, 40 years. They will not leave. They will just remain there, not bringing any prosperity to their people. Look at Cameroon. The president, that one has been there for how long? Do you know how many people that have been born and gotten old while he's still in office? They won't go. I think that sooner or later, Africans need to start taking responsibility and making sure that, because we have to take care of our, you know how they call cleaning house. We have to clean house.
And that's how you clean the house.
Yes. What? No, if you have a better solution, I'm here. I'm all ears.
All right. Okay. Let me bring in Reach first, and then I'll go to Neo as well to hear what you guys are saying. This, by the way, is the picture that Reach shared today in the group of people of Mali, you know, demonstrating. Reach?
Hey, brother. I'm glad you guys talking. Good, man. I'm glad to see you guys again, still at work. I believe that this is a kind of tricky situation because I think that the sanctions, when ECOWAS sanctioned Mali, with us knowing that ECOWAS is being controlled by the French because their currency is like being, well, whatever financial status they're trying to gain is being controlled by the French still. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So, like, I have to be kind of curious about. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Neo,
Okay.
can you guys mute yourself when someone is talking, and also don't listen to yourself on YouTube. Neo.
All right. So,
yeah, I think it was because of Neo.
Okay, no problem. So I'm saying, like, when we consider that ECOWAS is almost looking like a French puppet, then I can't agree with these sanctions ever, no matter if it's even for a wrong thing. I can't agree with it because we are trying to come out of this colonial system, right? We are trying to come out of this colonial system, and we have to ask ourselves, when we want stability and we want peace, we have to ask ourselves, at what price? At what price do we want peace and stability? At the price of bowing to our former colonial rulers? Then no, then let the place go crazy then, if that's the case. Because if we're going to say we want stability and we want peace at the price of having the French colonizing the Malian people still and influencing institutions in Africa to sanction the people, when clearly, when you can see the amount of people you can see out there supporting the government, it looks like the will of the people, then I think that that's wrong. Because we have to look at what the nature of sanctions are. You know, sanctions are there to starve people into opposition to their government, literally starve people. That's what it's there for, to literally starve them into opposition to their government. Because sanctions are what these Western government use on nations when they can't, before they attack them. That's what they use before they attack them. They use sanctions to weaken them. Sanctions kill people. It doesn't matter what kind of nice words they want to put on it. The nature of sanctions is criminal. The nature of it is criminal. You can just look at what sanctions did to Iraq. Maybe 60,000 babies died. Babies, innocent babies, because of sanctions they put on Iraq and those places. Now Mali is a landlocked country. You see, we have to find other ways in order for us to build back our pride. We can't be using colonial ways to deal with our own people. It's setting a bad precedent.
ECOWAS has decided.
Setting a bad precedent.
Let me clear one thing. One, the French don't control ECOWAS. Believe me, Nigeria has been tussling with the French forever. The French have been hijacking the francophone countries in ECOWAS. Remember, some are anglophone, others are francophone countries. The francophone countries are the ones the French control. The anglophone countries, they don't have a lot of influence over them. And if you notice with Liberia, Sierra Leone, Gambia, all the countries that like West African Union, this ECOMOG has intervened in, French didn't even have a say in what is going on there.
Yes,
and
but even
so from that point of view, this action, I really want to make it clear, this action is an African action. If you look at the African leaders, whenever all these things happen, they are not asking French. You will see they send leaders. I know of a former Nigerian president that they send everywhere to go and start talking to these people, from using back channels to talk to them. They don't have press conference, so you see what is happening. They have arrangement. They have these meetings with these people. They keep it in house. How many times have you seen African leaders come on TV to criticize even the Malian regime?
But I just want to say though, I'm gonna say that I don't agree with militaries overthrowing governments, but we have to ask ourselves why. Why did they have to overthrow the government twice in one year? Like I know it's not
why they are creating instability. That's what they are doing. There has to be on that. Why are they not smart enough to say, you know what, let's work with the civilian regime to sort this problem out, instead of overthrowing and becoming on the chair itself? Then you agree to carry out an election, then you change his date.
Yes, exactly. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that, to be honest with you. But look at the people, man. Like we have to consider them too.
Operate behind the scenes. If you're a military man, you have power. Go to the president. If you have to surround the president's house, make the president do what you want, but do it quietly. Do it quietly. Don't make Africa look like a basket case where every time military regimes are taking over everywhere, because you are sending a bad signal. The signal you send out is what you get back.
That's true. That's true. But you know something, I have to think a little deeper. I have to take you a little deeper with how I'm thinking about this, because you have to look at it other ways too. Okay? We have to say, why is it that when Alpha Conde changed the institution, changed the constitution, ECOWAS said nothing in Guinea? They said nothing about it. But all of a sudden, when the military leader got up and took over because of the will of the people, then they condemn it. Why they didn't condemn Alpha Conde? Why they didn't condemn Alpha Conde when he tried to change the constitution? This is the same thing that's happening in Mali, repeating itself. Look at Museveni. Museveni has been in power for 36 years, and African leaders are not saying nothing. But all of a sudden, remember, Museveni was a military leader too. He was an ex-rebel, you know. And every time there's an election in Uganda, and this other guy, Bobby Wine, try to get votes on those things, he get arrested. He's in exile now in South Africa. So I'm saying, like, just look at the whole playing field.
I hear what you are saying on that one, where you have these civilian regimes extending their terms in office. I think it's a bit of an oversight. Remember, democracy in Africa is relatively a new thing. They started becoming democratic recently, and what the democratic leaders decided to do was ostracize military regimes. I don't know whether they do that in other parts of the African continent. I know that in West Africa, they passed a law to say that any country that goes military, they will deter them from doing that. Literally, they even talked about military intervention on these things, that they should stop them from going into military regimes. So, but they probably didn't have the maturity, or they've not evolved to the point whereby they start intervening into democratic governments. But this year, I've highlighted it, and I've had quite a lot of people highlight this point, where democratic regimes use their term in office to extend their term and change the constitution so that they can stay longer in office. That too should be taken into account by the African Union and ECOWAS. I think it would be easier to take into account in ECOWAS and African Union, actually.
You know something, brother? Like, I must say this, like, when me as an African person who never been to the continent look at Africa and look at the political landscape, the geopolitics of what's going on, I have to say, man, it doesn't seem like, it seems like AU, ECOWAS, they're like lions that don't have no teeth. That's how I'm seeing them. Because I'll tell you why. How dare they let Europeans come in and kill our leader Gaddafi like this, and the AU up to now, the African Union haven't said nothing about that. They haven't said nothing about it. And they want to act now like they care about the Malian people. That's the will of the Malian people, it seems like. I know I'm not I'm not defending no military regime. I don't want you guys to get me wrong. I'm not defending no military regime, but I'm just saying to myself, like, we have to investigate and not just look at it from the top level. We have to say, why are the Malian people so much behind this leader? What happened? What's happening there? You have terrorists coming from the north killing our people. You have the Tuareg up there fighting with the terrorists still. You have the Tuareg fighting with the Malian military who the French left in charge in southern Mali. The Tuareg coming from the north. What's happening there? Why is all this instability and confusion happening?
I understand what you are saying. They are popular, isn't it? Maybe the leader is popular. But if you are popular, it doesn't mean you should take over government and insist on remaining in office. You can do it in a different way. You can carry out an election and run for that election. You can do so many things. To do it in a way that leads to this kind of confrontation where you just go and sneak up on people just a month before the election and cancel it. Yeah, you have to take they have to take responsibility for what they created too. And this is just a short-term regime so far. We have not even seen all kinds of radical stuff that they could do.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I agree with that 100%. But this is my worry too. What Rich just pointed out. This is my worry that this might be the same thing that is going to happen to Mali, the same thing that happened to Libya before. Because what happened to Libya and all those sanctions that we put on Libya, it caused, eventually they had a lot of, other rebels group within the country that they turned against, their own, and they started to fight with one another. And up to today, people are the one who are dying. And the reason why I'm putting this video here, because I want us to listen again to all these sanctions one by one again, and to see how much these sanctions are affecting or not affecting people. Because putting all these sanctions on Mali, as I said, for the people of Mali, me as if I am from Mali, I'll feel like, man, everything is working against me. Okay, I don't have government that is representing me, and also, ECOWAS that, we are looking, maybe we might receive support or whatever. I don't see any help from this because we have all these sanctions. So I don't know where to go. I don't know where to run it. And that's why right now you see there's Russia, there's China. They're trying to back up Mali because they have also their own issues. So we are creating, instead of solving the problem, we are creating, and we're making another issue that is going to cost us, in a short term and long term as well. So I want us to listen to this just a little bit careful as well.
To uphold the initial sanctions already imposed on Mali and on the transition authorities. ECOWAS has already decided to impose additional economic and financial sanctions, which are withdrawal of all ECOWAS ambassadors in Mali, closure of land and air borders between ECOWAS countries and Mali, suspension of all commercial and financial transactions between ECOWAS member states and Mali.
All this Tunaya, they're affecting the people of Mali. All these three that we're listening to right now.
With the exception of the following products: essential consumer goods, pharmaceutical products.
All right. Yes, tonight.
No, which ones are the first three that you said were this? And I was busy doing moderating.
The first three,
which are withdrawal of all ECOWAS ambassadors in Mali, closure of land and air borders between ECOWAS countries and Mali,
land and air borders,
suspension of all commercial and financial transactions between ECOWAS member states and Mali, with the exception of the following products.
All right, those one. You see, yeah. Those are three, and the second two one, it's largely infect people of Mali in financial and economic way.
Yes, I think the border closure affects them, but I think they also then they went on to say the border closure is not absolute. They allow food and all those things through. So there's closure targeted at, like, in terms of aircrafts, trade and probably all those things. They will try to target it as much as possible to the government. But like I said, we can be against something, but what are we for in terms of maintaining stability? I believe these African leaders have wrestled with so many options, especially West African leaders. They've wrestled with so many options, and this is the one they can implement to deter. And other regimes, other young men that want to take over regimes will be thinking twice when they see this. You have to understand the signal that needs to be sent out. sometimes the signal is greater than the effect of the signal is bigger than actually the event itself. Because Mali is a country of 20-something million, but West Africa is almost 400-something million, if I'm not mistaken. So we have to see from that point of view that if this needs to be stopped, we need to deter regimes from just taking over power and throwing the whole. Imagine if a military regime comes into office in Nigeria, a massive regime, and then it destabilizes the country. Some people decide to run out of the country. 20 million run out of Nigeria. They are going to destabilize so many regions in West Africa. These type of people, we need to deter them, and we need to deter them in a very strong way. I've said it before. Africa needs time to heal, and we need to stop all these destabilizing agents. If you want to change your government, change it from inside. It's not rocket science. You don't have to come out and say, I'm a new military dictator. Get that president, make him agree to what you want.
Right.
You have to see it now for what it is. These people don't have to do what they are doing. These military regimes, they don't have to. They can do it from whatever system they are in. They already have the power. If you have the power, do you see the American military having to take over government in America? But yet, the American government spend trillions on them because they have the power. You can make the government do what you want, but you don't have to take over the government. That is how sophisticated people do these things. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, I definitely agree with you tonight. I agree with you. The only issue that I'm having here with this sanction that are hugely impacting people, and I want to hear Neo, like his Neo's opinion as well. And I'm glad because if you see a lot of news that I was watching, a lot of people, even there's this one guy, I think he used to be the someone in ECOWAS back in the days. I was watching a news this area, and also himself, he believes that all the sanction that ECOWAS is putting on Mali, he believes France is behind that, right? So there's a lot of people out there who believe that all this sanction is not just coming from ECOWAS.
France cannot shift Nigeria's opinion.
Someone else that is there, like influencing all this decision that is happening, and that's why they did like that. Because even other Africans that believe that this is a little too harsh on Mali, and especially Mali people with all these sanctions. Neo he left. I want to show you this video. Okay. Let me find this.
Can I just say something while you're finding it?
Yes.
Okay. I think that somebody in the chat said it best. I think it's TV Dan. Because sometimes when we don't know, when we see things in the present, we forget that there's something that built up to this thing. The person said Mali was invaded by militias and jihadists aided after the destruction of Libya. After 10 years of Westerners have not been able to solve the problem. ECOWAS is a powerless military. What I'm thinking, right, from what this person said, is that because it's true. It's true. The jihadists them and the terrorists them that's coming into Mali, they're coming from the destruction of Libya. Now, where did these people come from? These people came from out of being recruited out of Chad, between the war between Chad and Libya. That's how they overthrew the government in Libya, And then these people who they left there now, these people who are stranded there, abandoned there, whatever, are coming down now into Mali, into the desert, and coming down into Mali and terrorizing our people in Mali. So I think that if ECOWAS really, really, really wanted to help Mali, I think that we have to deal with the problems, the serious problems them first, not sanction them when they're dealing with jihadists coming from the north. How are they gonna get support to support their people to fight these jihadists? I mean, these people are just gonna come and start killing them still because they're being sanctioned now. So if ECOWAS wanted to help, send soldiers to help the people of Mali to get rid of these terrorists that's coming and killing them. It's because of the people are hurting. That's why they feel like they need a strong man there. That's why they feel like they need somebody who is in a military uniform there. That's why they're supporting the government overthrowing the other governments that's there, because the needs are not being met. It doesn't seem like the needs are being met, and then they have to deal with all this terrorism. No one's supposed to have to deal with all that terrorism coming from the north there. I don't agree with military leaders. I just want to reiterate that. But there are times when I think that the people of Mali looking for a strong man, somebody who can deal with these problems. And then after we can't have a democracy when you're in survival mode, When you're in survival mode, you can't have a democracy. And the Westerners, especially the French in West Africa, they're comfortable with us being in survival mode while they come in taking our resources and power in their places. Okay, so we have to, in order for us to create stability and peace, we have to ask ourselves, stability and peace at what price? At the price of having our former colonizers them control us while we be good boys and good girls? No. If we're gonna have stability, we need to deal with the problems then brutally. The problems they need to deal with head on. You have to grab them by the hand now. So if ECOWAS want to help Mali, and they really want to help Mali, send soldiers to help them with the terrorists them that's coming in, so that they can create a democracy. Because you can't create democracy when they're under terrorism threats. That's what I think. Not sanctions. Sanctions won't work, man. Sanctions, I don't know. Sanctions are by nature criminal, I think.
I think sanctions sends a signal at the minimum. And I get your point. If they wanted to help, I think ECOWAS soldiers are already in Mali, but they don't have the numbers. They are not there in numbers. I've said this before. If we have the numbers, we can solve the problem. Even Mali has the numbers to solve the problem, but they are not doing it. How do you think Eritrea did it? This problem is our own. We keep creating these problems, and these stupid young men keep coming into office and causing more instability. It's our problem. It's not ECOWAS alone. These people that just keep taking over regimes, acting as if they have to come. Look at this one here. Acting as if he has to be here. He's the magic man with goggles on to solve the problem. Any leader that comes with goggles, how many times do they actually do well for their people? Jesus Christ. These people haven't learned. It's almost as if we are in the 60s. They keep doing the same thing. You need to get out of the way. If you are so keen on solving the problem, you have 20 million people in your country. I'm not even sure Eritrea has that many. And yet they are able to secure that country. Why are they not doing it? He's busy bringing Russians into his country. This same young man that has just gone ahead and put this in the election by 5 years, when they brought Russians into his country. These people don't understand what they call governance at all. They don't understand. If you think ECOWAS has issues in terms of securing their country, he has issues securing his own country. If he's a military man, what he should have been doing is get the government to do what needs to be done. And this is the thing I always say, even with all African countries, sub-Saharan African countries, why are the military, instead of taking over, get the government to get the military to be strong. That is your job. They should know their countries are not secure. They should know their counterparts around the world have more foot soldiers than they do. Why are they not demanding that? Instead, they come in and they say they want to rule. And they have an agreement and they renege on it. I've seen agreements being reneged on by military regimes at will. They just change the law as they see fit. And the Nigerian government that destroyed Nigeria had 3 elections and cancelled all of them. The last one threw the country into the final political crisis that we had that lasted over 10 years. These people just come in and they make laws at will, do whatever they like, and they are not even close. If you compare them to Gaddafi, that's a big compliment. Gaddafi is very responsible. And remember, sub-Saharan African countries didn't have a lot of power to influence what happened in Libya, because all the bordering countries to Libya that the foreigners needed to come into Libya already gave way. Libya, Egyptians allowed, this in Algeria, all of them allowed them to fly into the country. So where does Nigeria come in? Nigeria doesn't fly, the planes doesn't need to come from the south. So the point I'm making is that this sort of instability needs to be addressed. And if we have a better solution, I understand people are saying that they are targeting the people, but they did, if you look at the sanctions, they said they try to do their best to alleviate the suffering of the people. But you can't blame the people that are trying to correct the problem and allow the person that created the problem in the first place to get away with it. They already have a peaceful agreement, and that one reneged on it. You are blaming the ones that are trying to uphold dignity, that are trying to uphold rule of law, that are trying to uphold even simple integrity of negotiations. These people can't be doing these things, and we have to learn how to call them out on it, because they are the ones causing the problems on the continent. we talk about owning stability all the time, and then when we see a chance to reprimand people that are causing instability, we just say, "Oh, the people are going to suffer. Let's leave them to do crazy things." Because people's memory is very short. They will tell you today that they love you. Tomorrow they will turn on you. Babangida was popular when he came into office. They will change on you all the time. He's a new person now. He doesn't have any negative record on his paper. Has he done anything really? People will like him right now. Tomorrow, when he's go ahead.
But tonight, these sanctions, they're not gonna bring stability in Mali. Like these sanctions that are here, it's just creating more issues, more problems. It's not gonna bring stability.
Because you are looking at one picture. Think about the next guy that wants to carry out a coup. Think about the other guy that wants to carry out a coup. You have to see, we do these things. How do we? Okay, look at it. In your country, if somebody commits a crime, you say, "Oh, because when you try to catch the criminal, a few people are going to get hurt and all the rest. So let the criminal run free." Then criminals will think that's the way to go.
No, I'm gonna, what I will do, I will try to make sure that if I put a sanction or whatever, it's going directly to that person. I need to put whatever, if it's sanctioning whatever, that it will affect the regime in that country. If it is the military, those people, but not innocent people. What we are doing right now, we are punishing everybody in Mali.
So when Al-Shabaab takes hostage, and they say they're going to keep the hostage, what does the government do? Tell me what the government should be negotiating forever with the. And then when they negotiate, the Al-Shabaab reneges on it. You keep doing that, then some other person gets kidnapped again. You say, okay, let's negotiate again. How many countries do that? Because if you do that, you will not have law and order. You will not have, everybody will be kidnapping. Because they will say these people don't have the lever to take action. I've seen the Russian government intervene during when the Chechnya kidnapped their people. Even if I think more than half of the people, almost all the people that the terrorists kidnapped died, they had to intervene to stop it, to deter the next kidnap. And that's one other thing Africans don't seem to understand. You have to know what you are creating here. If you don't deter the first one, you are more likely to get a second one and a third one and a fourth one.
Someone is asking here, Rich, before that, someone is saying here, I want to ask you to Niger, how true is this statement? He say Nigeria and Ghana did not play the role expected. It was the French-speaking countries led by Kutara under the influence of friends who decided. How true is that statement?
They don't have the majority. That's the problem. Most of those two countries, see, Nigeria alone is basically almost a majority country in the ECOWAS. They don't have the majority. It's African. See, why would you say Nigerians didn't do it? Nigerians are like #1 at deterring military regimes. We literally go, see, when the military regime took over in Sierra Leone, the very next day Nigerians have taken over the airport. To remove within how many, almost within a month, the regime was in office. They didn't even bother negotiating. They just say out.
There's people. Oh, sorry.
It was a military regime that was in office in Nigeria that intervened against another military regime. It tells you that Nigerians have always felt this need to remove military regimes from office and have civilian regimes in office. And this consensus has grown on the continent now. You see that most African countries are actually democracies now. And they are trying to deter military regimes from coming over. We have to, because Asia, you don't have that nonsense happening. You don't have that nonsense happening in the US. It doesn't mean these countries are not robust. Even Russia, that they like to call it a dictatorship, is somewhat still a democracy. So you have to have a way of, if you want the military to have their say, you have to have a way of channeling it. If you're not smart enough to do it, should your people listen to you? I don't get it. Why do they think they are the answer to everything? If you are the answer, take your uniform off, put on a civilian clothes, and people will elect you into office. Then you can make your change then.
I want us to listen this a little bit first. But before that, Rich, you wanted to say something, right?
Oh yeah, I just was gonna say I understand what Tunaja is saying, but I also believe, you see, the people now, right? Just how ECOWAS put in sanctions to deter this regime, right? I believe that the African people now all over the world must implement things to set ECOWAS straight and let them know that sanctions that we shouldn't be using our colonizers' methods that our colonizers use on us.
You have a solution.
Huh?
You have a way of deterring it then?
Deterring ECOWAS?
No, deterring military coups.
I think the first question we can ask ourselves is this: does people of Mali supporting the military leadership right now in Mali?
Of course, they will support the military leadership. People are fickle. They will support somebody that doesn't have a record. They are new. He's brand new. You don't have a record. That's what they call politics in the UK. That's why they say all politics ends in tears in the UK. Because when you come in at first, no, you don't have a record. You're all good. And then by the time, after a couple of years, you will find out that you've told so many lies. You've done so many bad things that so many people don't like. Then that's what they call being exposed. You become exposed, and people will hate you. So when they are popular, that don't see that as a good thing. That is, you can even dismiss that as not relevant. The important thing is what they are doing to the country in terms of stability.
No, it is relevant. And why I'm saying that, because if the people of Mali, they're saying that no, we want this, this regime to continue, who are we to stop them? Because they know what's the best for them, and they want this regime to continue to serve them, no matter how wrong we think they are. But if the people of Mali decide and want to continue to have a regime, we cannot stop them. Because if we go ahead and try to stop them, what's going to happen? If it's going to create more chaos. If we had a united Africa already operating, and then we know that we're deciding for what is good for us. But right now, for people of Mali, if they see that this is better for us, and if we try to take it down, then we are creating another issue within the country, because they're like, okay, we want to have this regime. Why you don't want us to have this regime?
Well, let
me just answer that quickly. Because if you want to have a regime just because they are the new kid on the block, it's all good, but there are rules. You are in a country, not just your own. You are also in a region, and you are also in a continent that your actions affects the actions of others. It's like a neighbor playing their music very loud and not letting people to sleep. Sooner or later, you are going to find out that people live around you. This is what I mean. We have to be our brother's keepers here. I understand what the Malians will be saying right now, and they will not understand it because they are seeing it from their point of view. They are not seeing it from the bigger picture, that these people that are coming in right now, they are going to live in tears, and they're going to cause problems for the country. They are already talking about the military regime for 5 straight years in the 21st century.
What does that affect the rest of countries in ECOWAS?
Because Nigeria, somebody could have ideas in Nigeria, like, okay, let's take over the military regime in the country. Somebody could have ideas in Ghana. They don't like Nana Akufo-Addo anymore. They want to take over. They want to be the new kid on the block. That's how Africa, you have a snowball effect, because there's no accountability. Whenever you don't have accountability for bad behavior, you are doomed to repeat it again. The state has to have channels for dealing with problems. And military regimes, even military people, should follow those channels. Because when they disrupt the channels, they are thinking that they are the answer to the problem, where they are creating problems. They create instability. They think they are the answer. They usurp the power of the people because nobody elected them. Nobody gave them anything. They just use power to take over.
That's exactly how I see. That's exactly how I see ECOWAS did. I think they're creating instability by putting all those sanctions on Mali right now. And again, I agree with you, Niger. I don't agree with the ways that military, they always come in and take over the government, and things they're always getting messy, like Sudan and other parts of Africa. So I'm not up to that. I don't agree to that. And I know you've constantly asking me, so what is the way? What is the way? And I mentioned before about having dialogues and conversation, and you say they
what
did.
What is the dialogue? They did, exactly. It didn't lead anywhere. What do you do then? Okay, now I'll put that question to you. After the dialogue has fallen apart, what do you do? No, I'm not going to let you get away with this one. Answer. I need somebody to answer straight questions. After the dialogue fails, what do you do?
That's that. So for that, that's why we're having this conversation right now. What do we do instead of this sanction? We cannot just say, okay, remove this sanction on Mali. So what do we do instead of all these sanctions? Let's find the answers today.
Man, let me just say, like, I believe I believe a better decision for the ECOWAS to do, right, is ask themselves, why did this happen? Why did this happen? And why are so many people behind this? Tonight, I understand what you're saying. Like you say, but you can't say that the people's voice are irrelevant too, because their voice is the most relevant thing in this situation here. Why did the military overthrow this people? So first of all, from what I heard, the information that I heard that the military found evidence of the president that was in power at that time. Found evidence of him making some kind of backdoor deal with France and those things. We all know what France did to Mali. We all know what France did to Mali through the centuries. So why should they even have a part in this? Why should they even be?
Solution?
What?
Let's go to
okay,
what we are going to handle. I want us to focus on that.
Brother. Just let me tell you what the solution
is. I'll ask the same question to Nige as well.
Yes, yes. I hope you have an answer to
what you suggested.
No waffling today. We are going to answer it.
Here's the solution. When the guy said he wanted to be in power for 5 more years, right? What ECOWAS should have done is first of all go there and ask him why. Okay, when he gets his answers now, which is I think his answer to this issue is that he wants to rid Mali of these terrorists first before they can have any democracy. So what ECOWAS should have done, it should have said, okay, we are all brothers and sisters living on this one landmass continent. Your safety is our safety. Send soldiers so that they could get rid of the problem faster, so that they can hold an election faster. Because how I feel is that if I'm a military person like that, and I see my people are being killed like that, and then on top of that, you have to deal with French colonialism, man, I would put getting rid of terrorism as my first priority, not democracy. How are we going to have democracy when the people are not safe? How are we going to have democracy when France colonialism is digging into our people's resources and the resources not being used for the people so that can create stability? You see, this is a problem that Africans are having. You see, we argue with each other right now while everybody else pulling the strings. We're arguing the government, not us here in this chat, but the governments now are having contention with each other, while somebody else outside of Africa pulling the strings. This is the same problem we're having over and over and over again. Then we blame people when they get up and stand up and say, you know what, we had enough of this. We're gonna fix this problem. Let me tell you why the Russians came in. They didn't just come in there, you know. The Russian Wagner group came in there because that's the same group that the Syrians had up in Syria, getting rid of the terrorists that the West put up there to overthrow the government of Syria. It's the same Wagner group. So the Malian people were saying, the Malian people said this with their own voice. The Malian people said, Wagner got rid of terrorists in Syria. Wagner got rid of terrorists in Iraq. Wagner could get rid of terrorists in Mali too. That's what they're saying. That's exactly what they're saying. Is it terrorists that the people most afraid of? That's why they're behind this military government so much. So sanctioning them, I don't think it will help.
So your solution, the solution I had from you was that they should intervene militarily to ensure that the election is held.
Yes,
that is a viable part. But we don't have the resources right now to be able to send muscular military to go and enforce the election, and that may even be seen as more hostile. So let's see whether the host supports it.
All right.
Do you support military intervention to enforce the election?
No. Before he answers, Tanaja, I'm not saying military intervention. I'm saying, well, it's an intervention, but I'm saying like work with the government of Mali. So first you can deal with your first priority. Your first priority is to make sure your people are safe and their needs are met. You see, if they were safe and the needs were met, they wouldn't have any military overthrowing nobody right now. The people would be behind the government that was there before if they didn't get their needs met. But
Nigeria had these needs met when military regimes took over. The military regime don't even need whether the needs are being met. They will still take over if they want to take over. They did in Nigeria.
Sure.
Okay, I want my
those glasses. They want to flash the glasses to the world.
Listen, tonight, my suggestion is this. All right, instead of all these things, I think there should be a negotiation. This is what I'm saying, that I think there should be a compromisation between the ECOWAS and the military as well. They should be given a little time to clean up their mess and to leave. So I know before the agreement, it was in February, and now they increased 5 years. 5 years is too long, right? And this is just on my opinion, but that's why I really want to have a person from Mali here to really ask them how do they feel about the whole situation, the leadership in Mali, as well as the sanction that have been imposed by the ECOWAS. So I think there should be a compromisation in this time. That it should not be it should not be 5 years, but there should be a compromisation to let these people of military to leave, and if within that time, if they don't do, then we can see what else we're going to do.
Why are they hogging the office? They can hand over, they can even run for election. You don't have to hog the office. You don't have to renege on something you agreed to. These people, they've already proven themselves to not be of good integrity and of good standing. Because if you have an agreement with people and you say this is what you are going to do to your brothers in Africa, and then you renege on it, who are you listening to? Are you listening to your fellow Africans, or are you listening to someone else? Who is actually being influenced here? This is the thing. We keep thinking that everything is coming from outside. They may be the ones that are causing the problems. Those people are the ones that they train them overseas. Like this guy was trained by the French. They are the ones, they are the entities that come in to sabotage our countries. They train them overseas, they come in and they act as if they are coming to save their people, because when they come in the first few weeks, they do great things, and the first month they do great things and the people are happy about. So what? That doesn't mean you should have a right to break the law. They basically break the law and people are rejoicing about it. People don't know what they are asking for. We have to learn to hold people accountable. If you want to change your country, there's no reason why you cannot change it through the system that is in place right now. If you want more military, you can create more military. You can force your government to do it.
Wait, what's that? Let me play here this video a little bit, okay? And then we'll continue to. I saw the video you sent to me tonight as well. I love that.
Yeah, that one is for democratic regimes. The nonsense that they do.
Yes. I'll play that as well.
By outside forces. It wants, for instance, to have the United Nations put money behind
from somewhere here.
Literally 10 days strangely with its own bloc that African leaders must. So this is supporting position so stretch for having me.
I think you know him, right? Tonight they might know.
So ECOWAS taking tough action against Mali. Well, let's find out a little bit more about what all of this means. And we're now joined by Adama Gaye, who's a Senegalese author and political commentator. Thanks very much indeed for joining us, and welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me. Good evening.
Do you think this action by ECOWAS is long overdue? Some might have thought that this was required right at the time that the coup took place.
I do believe that actually this is a decision that is overstretched. It is extreme, this type of decision they have taken, because literally this amounts to creating an asphyxia of the economy and of the society of Mali. It goes beyond the military people who took over almost 1.5 years ago. So the problem is this: why are not Malian people in the street, like in Sudan, demonstrating to call for an end of military rule? That indicates that there is something to the coup that was done in Mali against the civilian rule. And there are some internal problems that need to be fixed. Additionally, it is strange that West African leaders, ECOWAS, are becoming so tough against the military rule, when actually almost 1.5 years ago, in another country, neighboring Guinea-Conakry, when a civilian ruler, Alpha Condé, was acting in a tyrannical way, killing people in the streets and preventing democracy from being conducted. in Guinea-Conakry. And now these people, these African leaders are trying to appear as if they were the apostle of democracy in West Africa. I unfortunately have the feeling that most of them, principally the Francophone countries, there are 6 of them almost within the 15 West African bloc. They are acting under the direction, the instruction of France. And that is very bad as a decision that has been made. They should have negotiated, mediated, instead of taking this extreme position, which may end up leading the community factor that needs to be taken into account. The absence of President Buhari of Nigeria. Nigeria represents alone the GDP that is the equivalent of the total amount of the other 14 countries. So if the president didn't go, that indicates that maybe the Nigerians are not happy with France's meddling and controlling of the ECOWAS in order to direct it and pull behind ECOWAS the international community to supporting its maneuvers within West Africa Francophone countries.
What is the gain for France if what you're saying is true, for them to control what's happening in Mali? Yes, we've seen that they've been reaching out to Russia and other countries in recent years. Is it just about influence?
France is, let's say, a middle power, as one of its president, Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, said in the 1970s. Without European, African countries, it's a former colonial powers. France would be far below among the leading nations in the world. But today, with its former colonies, it still continues to have a prestige to show to the rest of the world, and it has somehow a legitimacy to claim a seat at the Security Council of the United Nations. So this is very important for its name and the standing, its aura. France is a country that likes those kind of things. Don't forget that it has always been an imperial power and wanted to claim the imperial positions. So today, France is feeling the pinch with the arrival of foreign forces like the Wagner group from Russia, called upon by the Malians. And also, France is being rejected massively by the West African Francophone youngsters. They don't want this new colonial power to continue. And within ECOWAS, France knows that it cannot influence most of the Anglophone countries, so it is using its puppets. Most of the Francophone leaders who are trying to cling to power, who don't respect the democratic norms, the kind of Macky Sall or Alassane Ouattara, and to name a few, are not always the type of democratic leaders, and they are now singing the tune of France, but France wants them to act so in order to continue having its companies doing business in Francophone Africa, and also to sustain its economy that is almost decaying because it no longer has the strength that it used to have in the past. Indeed, this is a game, a do or die game for France to doing this in Francophone Africa, using now ECOWAS. By the way, I'm a former director at ECOWAS. I used to be director of communication of ECOWAS. And these kind of things is not new. When we did the ECOWAS new treaty, revised treaty in 1993, France almost blocked the process by forcing Francophone countries that it mobilized within a subgrouping called UMOA, it's the Francophone version, to part way almost from the community and force us, the ECOWAS, to no longer follow the rule that were accepted then by the then African organization, OAU, to form regional bloc. France wanted to have its own bloc within ECOWAS, and it is continuing to do the same today. Another aspect, it is a strange a coincidence to see, for instance, that Mr. Emmanuel Macron, the French president, has become this month of January the president of the European Union. At the same time, strangely, the president of Senegal, Macky Sall, who has not been respecting human rights in our country, who has been killing youngsters, and who has been involved in theft of natural resources, is going to become, to the disadvantage of Africa, the chairman of the African Union from 6th or 7th of February. And literally 10 days later in Brussels, France has managed to bring Mr. Sall to organize an African Union-Europe summit to discuss the future. Somehow, France is using its pockets to maintain its influence towards. It is also using them to ensure that the bill is footed by outside forces. It wants, for instance, to have the United Nations put money behind
Mr. Gay, we are running out of time, and I promise you we're going to have another conversation just about the French influence on the continent at a future date. But getting back to Mali, it seems then that tough as these sanctions might be, actually they'll affect citizens much more than the military junta.
Yes, the population will suffer. The military junta may try to cling to power. We know one thing. Sanctions, the world over, have not always worked. Maximum 10% of them work. The sanctions in Iran, sanctions in Nicaragua and elsewhere, sanctions in Venezuela, they have not always yielded the result that the proponents of those sanctions wanted. In the case of Mali, indeed, it may affect the populations of Mali, but it may have also spilled over, negative effect within the region. Don't forget that there are many terrorists and extremist forces within Mali. There is a risk, a real risk, that it may spill over to other countries. Remember that after the intervention organized, masterminded by France in Libya in 2011, that's when you started having those asymmetric forces leaving Libya and going within the Sahel region and using forces and creating the mayhem that we know today. So when you start these kind of sanctions, you never know what would be the spillover effect and who would be concerned. In a time when we are facing a serious COVID crisis, I do believe literally that ECOWAS leaders should never have taken this tough position. The Malian people are very proud people. Don't forget that they have a long history. When you know the history of Tombouctou, the history of the Urufugan charter,
right.
That was one of the first negotiated democratic charter in the world.
Yeah, so, again, I have to interrupt because of time, but the military junta is looking to hand over power 2026. I wonder, could there be a compromise? Because 2026 seems quite far out to have a country being led by a military since 2020. Maybe if they reduce the time, ECOWAS might be willing to compromise?
But this is precisely what the Malians have said. They said this is a basis of negotiation. They should have avoided, in my mind, this extreme position done under the influence of France. They should have organized a mediation, a meeting in Bamako with the junta in order to make sure that they will have a safe-facing solution to make sure that they will accept at least a middle-of-the-road solution. It could be maybe 2 years or 1.5 years, just to give them a chance to exit gracefully and also fix some of the internal problems. Once again, the populations in Bamako are not demonstrating. They are not calling for a return immediately of a civilian rule. Some political parties who have created this mayhem are the ones that have been claiming for a return to democracy. We have tried the road twice after the demise of President Toumani Touré and the demise of Ibeka, 2 former presidents of Mali. But that didn't work. Why should they be rushing? They should have organized it in an orderly manner, and they have not done it. Why this urge? Why this precipitation? That's a big question. And I think this question is something that most African countries have to respond to make sure that it is not from outside that the decisions are made in order to manage the conflict within our countries.
All right, Mwenda Tezi, I want to hear your insight after watching that long video. Mwenda Tezi, are you there? And then I will get to Niger, my brother.
Yeah, this issue, I have a very interesting take on from history, because you find that in the beginning of the AU, the 17 of them were ousted. Like this, just like the president of Mali, 17 of them. So you find that this is not new in Africa. And honestly, if I was the equal government of Mali, and just recognize them as a legitimate, give them legitimacy, because if you give them legitimacy, you know, when they're behaving like, they will do more damage if they believe they're not legitimate than when they're recognized as a legitimate government. They will start behaving like a legitimate government. And this thing of democracy in Africa, I don't think not all countries, the democracy has not worked for all countries. That is just a fact. Like, some countries have suffered from democracy. And if this was 100 years ago, or maybe 200 years ago, this guy, the guy who underwent that coup, he will have just declared himself a king, and he will have just been recognized as a king. So sometimes we have to recognize that Africa, we have been pushed into a world with all these rules against countries. So there is a lot of, and I see that if we should just stop pretending that we can be democratic, or we should stop pretending that we can be something we are not. Not all of us can be like that. Sometimes democracy in some countries works, some countries it doesn't work. So I feel like if you just recognize these guys, just give, you have won. Like I think even in the Europe, but back in the day, these are rules that are new. Before that, you could have become a king through conquest. So I feel like just recognize this guy, because he's not going anywhere. Let us just tell the truth. He's not going to go anywhere, and all these sanctions will not stop him from getting out of power. So for the better of the people of Mali, we should just recognize this guy, recognize his government, and see how we can work with him to a better Mali. That is my opinion.
All right, I appreciate that. So before to Niger, you're next, but I want to ask this question as well. You can answer this question. Somebody in the chat asked, why does ECOWAS not stopping the terrorism in Mali and even in Nigeria when you talk about Boko Haram? There's this comment here in the comment section. So you can come and add your opinion on that. Because some people, they believe that the real problem of these places are, terrorism, and why it seems like it's not stopping that.
Okay, I think one thing that the questioner wants to understand is that terrorism wasn't on the continent before military regimes started taking over power. We have to separate those two. And the reason why these people come in and start doing what they do, they believe they are doing the right thing, but history has suggested that they end up even messing things up even further. And we can't, as a people, reward law breaking while we say we want law and order. Somewhere along the line, something has got to give. I heard what Tezi said, that we should give them legitimacy. If Al-Shabaab comes and kidnaps people in the supermarket, you say, you know what, let's give them legitimacy as law enforcement officers that will allow them to release the hostages. It's not going to work out like that. We have to treat people that are breaking the law as lawbreakers. And I get the point that, because I heard that speaker say something about this in how the regimes try to extend their terms in office. That's a big problem. I think that is a big problem that I think even the African Union and ECOWAS will probably be looking at right now. They probably understand now that if they keep allowing even democratic regimes to change their terms in office, that is going to lead to military regime. That will bring back because that's a coup. So I think just watch what happens in the next couple of years. You will start seeing that leaders are going to start, because I've had them say it, they're going to start moving in that direction to put laws against them. So, so hold on, just hold on for a second. I'll come back.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say, but what happened when a military regime put into power that they won't let anybody overthrow them? That's gonna be a problem now, you see, because the regime gone in power and making laws like that. I believe that, like Jerry Rawlings, I think Jerry Rawlings said, I don't know about much about what happened in Ghana during his time, but I think he said when the government oppress their people, it's up to the military to fix back the situation. Like when governments treat their people wrong, oppress them. But I don't know. I think the solution was, since the guy already took over and he made steps towards democratic changes, I believe what ECOWAS should have done is make a coalition and send the military there to help them solve the problem, so that they don't have to spend 5 years there with the Russians solving the problem, because that's what the Russians are there for. The Russians are there for to deal with the terrorists. Them. That's what they're there for, because they don't, that's the nature of being subordinated. The nature of being subordinated is that you have to choose, constantly have to choose your poison. You see, if the Malian them used to develop their own weapons to protect themselves, then they won't have to call anybody in there. If the resources were being used for their people and not for France, then they would have been in a position where they won't even need a military leader. Everybody's life is being met and so on. But I think Tunisia had to separate Boko Haram from what happened here, because this is not Boko Haram. You know what I mean? Sorry, this is not some terrorist group coming and overthrow the government. This is the actual government military. So there's a big difference. That's how I see it.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just got, we have to be our neighbors' keepers. So about where I was that we have to enforce rules, and these people, it's not like this regime hasn't been spoken to. We've spoken to them, and what that speaker said in the video was trying to blame France for every single thing. He said Nigeria was not there. Nigeria is a majority stakeholder in most of the decision making. Nigerians can influence other countries to vote against whatever they don't want. If Nigeria didn't want it, that wouldn't, believe me, wouldn't be going ahead. So Nigeria would be more hawkish towards people because the Nigerian government is afraid of their military too. Do you know how scary it is running a country as a civilian regime, fearing that the military is going to take over? We don't see the whole big picture. Even the Kenyan president will be scared. South African president will be scared. All presidents will be scared if you feel military regime can just come and take over office. So who are you governing for? We're already afraid. Our governments are already afraid of Western powers. Now they fear their own military that are behind them. Sooner or later, we have to start having things that they are sure-footed on, so that they know that they can not be looking behind their back at their military in terms of being able to sabotage them. They may be good leaders, they may be bad leaders. It comes with the role. Leadership, you always have mix of both. Even when we have emperors and kings, you have a great king and you have a crazy king. Same thing happens with democratic regimes. You have to take the good, the smooth with the rough. I think that if you want to deal with this problem, there are not that many options. And I think they need to be more robust. This is why when they took that, it looks like it's a very, very tough action. I think what the other guy said was either they can, if they can intervene in a sharp way to get the regime to leave, and that's African soldiers, get the regime to leave, will send a very strong signal that you can't just usurp the power of a state of Africa and think it's okay. Nobody elected you to office. No tribe said you should come in. Nobody gave you any go ahead. You just came because you have guns. And that gun was given to you by the people. That's my take on this. And if you look at it, this approach is what is going to lead more to future stability, because you don't want civilian regimes to be afraid all the time that they could lose power, and then they will be governing for the short term. Even you're going to get poor governance. That is what it has proven historically for African leaders. You wonder why our African leaders are always shuffling money overseas, because they fear these crises will come in and take over again any moment. We have to start seeing behind the veil here. I understand that people have their feelings, and so far we have been suffering for nothing. What have we been suffering for? Oh, we don't want to sanction our brothers. We have to negotiate with them. We have to do things in a different way. Military regimes are maybe popular. We're suffering for nothing. But if the Malians suffer and it leads to other African countries not being overthrown by military regimes, is it not suffering for something? That is why when law enforcement take law enforcement action against criminals and it leads to civilians getting hurt, that is what they call the price of maintaining law and order. Justice, I said it before, justice is not an absence of conflict. Peace is not an absence of conflict. It's the presence of justice. There has to be justice somewhere. We can't just keep allowing these people to go on destabilizing our states, no matter how well they mean. If you mean well, come on, we all know that they have the ability to do it other ways. If you mean well, you can even arrest the president and tell him, go and read on the news that you are doing the policies that we want. You don't have to take over the government. The other arms of the state will keep working. The local governments will keep functioning. People will be none the wiser. We have to be more sophisticated about these things, and people that want to invest in the country will want to come and invest in the country because they will think, oh, this place is stable. You know, I'm not going to be afraid that the military regime can come and take over, because military regimes, what they mean to any investor is a nightmare. 1 minute there's one law, the next minute they can change the law. Just like these leaders just changed their mind. This is how they behave. What revelations have they had in the last 2 months? You're
muted, Michael. You're muted.
Yeah. What
let me ask you the same question, Michael.
Okay. What question?
I want to ask you the same question that we are trying to answer right now. I wanna know the other ways of solving this, apart from what you are suggesting right now and what is happening right now. Apart from that, do you see any other way? That's one. The second question. How can we send a message, like as ECOWAS or AU or whatever? How can we send a message to the military without affecting civilians? How can we do that in all this decision that we make, How can, because that's what I want. That's what a lot of us, that's what we want. We want civilians to be safe. We want civilians not to be, to feel like they're punished because of some things that other people are doing. And this is a betrayal feeling, right? It's something that is happening in the hearts of people. And we cannot ignore how people feel, because at the end of the day, people matters. Right. So yes. How can we make this decision and punish or whatever to send message to the military without affecting civilians?
I think one of the ways you can do that is to do it without affecting civilians. Do you know that sometimes when things happen, you can't do it without affecting civilians? This is what I just said. We suffer for nothing. Maybe we should suffer for something. There's no point of us pretending as if there are some situations that you can't escape suffering, because the alternative is already suffering. Are we experiencing out-of-body experience here where Africa, we are doing well? We have been suffering from the beginning. The sanction is just another phase. There is no real
It
new
feels
thing
like,
that's happening now.
I think this is the reason why a lot of people, they might not want to have unity. Because imagine if in this case, Malians, they are supporting this regime, right? But because of this ECOWAS relationship, like of the West Africa that you guys have, they are against with the regime, and they're putting sanctions that are affecting civilians. So you can see the vicious cycle that we have, that these people, they will never want to have this unity with this. Maybe they might even say, we don't want to have this ECOWAS. We are removing ourselves from this, whatever unit that we have. And we create more divisions because they feel like you guys are not listening to what we need. You're not listening to the people. We know what is the best for us, but you guys are making decision for us and deciding to put sanction on this and this. And we are having all these issues because of this unity that we are having on the West. So this could lead to even more division in our continent rather than bringing together. That's why I'm saying that civilians, they matters. And when we make this decision that affects them, then we discourage. And not only that, but we risk the unity that we are fighting for, right now, or what we already have, in the ECOWAS.
I think that eventually, no matter how people think, they also understand law and order. They understand what that means. And eventually, to be fair, if they see the other parts of the continent doing well from having stability, they too will understand why African countries had to do what they did. And I also would say that there is a communication gap between the way the ECOWAS Commission operates and the way the people understand their actions. And maybe that is where one can argue this thing. Because if the ECOWAS and the ECOWAS government says, this is why we are doing it, this is why we are doing this, because most of the stuff is done quietly. They negotiate it behind the scenes. And then the only thing you hear in front is the sanctions. But the negotiation, if there have been the leaders, the people themselves are hearing their leaders say, we're going to have election in 2 months. During the meeting, they hear their leaders saying, we're going to have election in 2 months. Then later on, their leader change their mind. They'll be thinking, does that guy have integrity or not? Is he disgracing us or not? You see what I mean? They do these things behind the scenes, and these people in front go and turn around. And then when they sanction them openly, then the people turn on ECOWAS. This is why leadership is not easy. You have to think about the future. And these leaders in Mali particularly have not proven themselves to have integrity, because they could have just stood by whatever they agreed. Because the moment you start changing, you can leave office and come back again. I don't understand these people. Rollins left office and came back. Yes, Rollins left office and came back again. There is no reason why you can't go and come back if you are so good. If the people love you so much, they will beg you to come back.
Okay, I have a question for being. Let us be realistic. I have a question to the panel. See the colonel. Hello, I have a question. Do you see the military leader, Colonel Assimi, leaving? Do you see him leaving power? Do you just see him stepping down without physically being removed? Do you see him leaving power? This is a question to the panel.
Of course, man. He will leave power. He will leave power. I think that, as I said before, okay, so we all know that there's a problem. There's a problem because there's confusion. There's problem because people being hurt. There's problem because people suffering. But how do we deal with the problem? That's the thing, So we can't be saying, oh, we shouldn't have this problem. No, we already have this problem now. So how do we deal with it? I believe that ECOWAS, what the solution should have been, yes, he will leave power, that guy, but what the solution should have been, ECOWAS should have gone in when he said he want to need 5 years and he bring in the Russian military. They should have gone in and said, look here, you can't spend 5 years in here, even though the civilians look like they approve with this. You can't spend 5 years here. So see what we're going to do. We're going to negotiate a win-win situation. We're going to get together as African people and come together to solve this problem, so you don't have to stay here for 5 years. The people need to get their needs met. That's what we have to be most concerned about. The people have to be, they have to be protected. We cannot let terrorists running around in Mali killing people, and we're talking about democracy and election. No, you have to deal with that problem first, because the people's safety is what's going to bring a democracy. It's not the government going to bring democracy, it's the people. When the people feel safe, when the people feel safe to walk, to go to Timbuktu and not have terrorists knocking down our monuments up there. This is a serious problem that these people are having. This is not like, people's needs have to be put first. People's safety have to be put first now. Then after they get rid of this problem, just how they send troops into Congo, get a collision together so that they don't have to call the Russians. Send them into where the terrorists be, into Mali. Get rid of this problem and tell this guy, when he's done, tell Assimi Goita, okay, this problem is over, so you need to move now. We need to move now, but you can't spend 5 years there. We're gonna help you get rid of this problem, and even while they're getting rid of this problem, even while they create a collision and they're getting rid of this problem, they could tell Assimi Goita, okay, since we have come here now to help you to get rid of this terrorist problem, now you have to give up this power and have the people vote. If the people vote you back in, then you can have your 4 years or 5 years, however long the Malian people decide to write, however long they write the constitution, sorry. However they write the constitution, follow the constitution, Mr. Assimi Goita, and let us deal with this problem. While we're dealing with this problem, let the constitution take its toll. Let people vote while we're dealing with this problem. But you don't just go and tell them, oh, you have, basically what ECOWAS kind of did, if you think about it. They go up and they tell them, oh yeah, you have terrorists up here. You say you have problems so that you need 5 more years in here. Okay, we're going to sanction you. Okay, so what are going to help? That's going to just help the terrorists to grow. That's just going to help the terrorists to go, because they shut down the air borders so they can't get in certain things. They shut down the land borders so they can't get in certain things. And they put in more pressure on the people so they can't get certain things. So now the terrorists don't just go, but they have to set their priorities straight and stop acting like Western politicians, but they're sanctioning other African countries. This is wrong. I would never agree with that.
All right. I will give an opportunity to His Excellence, but I have a good news. So I've been sharing all these posts on my social media, and I found somebody from Mali, sister. I hope she's gonna join us. I hope she's gonna join us very soon. I actually DM her and the link and everything, so I hope she can see this as soon as possible and join us in this conversation. This is getting interesting. It's we just got started. His Excellence, man, welcome. It's good to see you. I can see you're outside of your beautiful house. Man, I want to move to South Africa. Look at that.
His Excellency.
Brother, welcome.
Yeah, His Excellency. Just been busy, but hi everyone, and it's good to be here, and I'm enjoying the conversation. I've been just listening, doing other things. It is an interesting topic that you guys are talking about. So far, this between 2020 and 2021, I think in West Africa, how many coups did we have? How many countries? Is it Guinea and Mali? Who else has had a coup this year or last year? I know that there's Guinea and Mali, Guinea, in West Africa. Burkina Faso.
Burkina Faso and yeah, I think Guinea Conakry. Is it Guinea Conakry, or I don't remember exactly, but I remember Burkina Faso, Mali, and
yeah, Guinea Conakry is one of them.
And Niger. Is it Niger?
Niger. They call it Niger.
Yeah, Niger.
Yeah, but it is quite interesting. I think some of the things are repeating themselves in Africa. Historically, I think Niger said coups and something about coups, but I think some of the things are happening. It's like history repeating itself when it comes to coups. Coups didn't start when we embraced democracy. Even during tribal wars, coups used to happen as well. And I think as Africans, we are still learning this thing called democracy, and also being in government where you are not a king. because we moved away from kings to these systems where we need to now elect somebody, and that elected person is elected by the whole country, not just by a council. Unlike in tribal setup where it will be a council or it will be a thing of lineage where you are taking over from your father. And also there's also technicalities when it comes to leadership in becoming a king. So, and even in when during kings and during the tribal wars or tribal leadership, there used to be coups, be it internally or even externally. And some people like when you look at Shaka Zulu, for example, uh, um, he was called Ilembe because he also took the kingship by force. It wasn't just something that he just came and he was put on into the seat and he was embraced. He was not. He was not embraced because his mother was cast out by the king, by the family of the king. So some of the things are repeating themselves, but in a different form and in a different era. Some of these things that are happening, when I look at them, I also look at history, because sometimes when we look at the patterns of our history as Africans, we tend to see some of the things repeating themselves, where people are also still taking kingship or rulership in terms of power and using the military struggle. Even King Shaka was a military person. That's why the Zulu monarch had a what do you call this, warriors. They were guys that were dedicated for war. They were not doing anything but dedicated to defend the kingdom and fight whoever is on their way, for example. So even when you look at some of these things that are happening, it's like a pattern that's repeating itself. When there's dissatisfaction, people go and do this. Even how Shaga was removed from power, it was through a coup because his half brothers killed him. So now when you look at some of these things, when you look at some of these countries, they're going through the same thing where uh, uh, democracy, people are not happy. We know that for sure. Most of us in Africa, if you look at the confidence level or the positivity level of our countries, a lot of Africans are not happy with their countries, especially with their leadership. And if you've got a military that's already discharged, is not in touch with their or do not find confidence in their leadership, you are bound to have this thing, a coup. And how do we address them? I think that's another question that we should be looking at. How do we address the coups in Africa? How do we come up with ways that will make sure that military is not the only way to solve our problems if there's dissatisfaction in our countries? Because if you look, you'll see that it's like also when you look at this military coups, it starts with the civilians. Civilians will protest and stuff, and it's like the military is like waiting for that option to use the people as their own defense to say we are standing with the people, hence we remove the president. Why all this time, if they were not happy, they didn't have to wait for the civilians to go to the streets and say, we demand this and this and this to be done in our countries. They were supposed to just take the matter into their hands and say, we are, this is the issue. And obviously they knew that they will not get legitimacy in any way right now in this day and age. I doubt that there will be any military that will get legitimacy in terms of taking power from its politicians or the government structure. So
Yeah.
if you look at so it's just one of those things where we need to look at them, and how do we find ways that we can contribute as a society. How do we dialogue? For example, I heard somebody saying why ECOWAS sanctioned Mali, for example, or closed their borders and stuff, you know. And how do we do that? How do we dialogue? How has a dialogue been created by ECOWAS or AU for that matter? Those are
They
the questions
have.
that we also need to
They
find out.
have dialogue.
Has it?
The problem with
They
these
had
people
a
is that,
dialogue already.
yeah, they had a dialogue. They agreed that they were going to have an election by February next month, and they just came out this month and said, you know what, we don't feel like doing it next month. We will start from 5 years time. You see what I mean? And this is the thing. If you don't have any way of, because everything we've said today, nobody has presented a really viable way of dealing with the problem of military takeovers. And historically, you are correct that the transfer of power has always happened quite in a very, very disorganized fashion. In Europe, it's a little bit more organized. In Africa, it's so crazy that it's not even clear cut. Like if you can be a king in Africa, it's not clear cut that your child will take over. If you go and look at the Mali Empire, the Songhai Empire, that is a recipe for disaster. Anytime a king dies, anarchy, the whole country is at war, trying to, because of transfer of power. And this is one of the things the Europeans did well, because they had a more regimented approach, even if that too also leads to conflict sometimes. But it's smoother. Transfer of power could be one of the most costly things to states if it leads to conflicts. It weakens the state significantly. So now we have a system whereby Africans have now decided that, you know what? And if you look at Africa, Africa is so diverse that it's either you go total military or dictatorship, or you go far more advanced democracy, because we are too diverse. If you go through to a dictatorship regime, then you have to do away with some kind of ethnicity kind of stuff, where like the kind of stuff Kagame did. You have to do away with ethnicity. You have to do away with a lot of religious powers that they have to separate people. You have to do away with it. That's what a dictator can do in Africa. But if you want to go through democracy, where everybody is happy with what they have now, then you have to have an advanced form of representation. You can't have people just come in and be dictators in between. You can't have both. If you have both, if Nigeria falls under into a military dictatorship and South Africa falls, you can see how that can destabilize the continent massively. And these people are not given power to govern. They are not given power. They took it. So they don't even hold loyalty to the people. So if you look at all the top countries in the world today, well, all of them are operating a form of a representative government. Even China, that would like to call it dictatorship, has a representative government. Russia, the same thing. India, the same thing. All Western world, the same thing. So we can be the exception to the rule. There has to be a form of order. Hence, why the sanction that they put against them? Personally, I wouldn't go with sanction. I'll go for precision this thing. The first time they did it, immediately you have ECOWAS soldiers in there out of office, because you took it by force, and this country has signed a pact that they should be protected from this type of events. And this is what I was talking about, that African countries need to sign pacts, regional pacts, whereby they say, okay, we have chosen to be democratic. Anybody that goes against it, we have a right to intervene and stop it as soon as possible. This is one of the ways you deter them from even trying to take over, so that it makes military takeover so unlikely, because what they will see is that if they take over, they have the whole African continent on their back. They will not even dream of it anymore.
I think if I can just interrupt you there, to Niger, looking at what you're saying, I think if what I think His Excellency Mika said about the unity part, where if there's a common policy for Africa, in what you are saying, that no military takeover. If there's a military takeover, there should be a transition to either election. There has to be a time frame. Maybe let's say 1 year to set up, or 2 years, whatever the case may be. And if it was a continental policy where such things are put in place, whereby they say even the limit of terms, if they need to be discussed when you come to such issues, the limit of terms, if there's a coup, the transition, how long they should be before there's elections. And if we're talking about civilian uprising, how do we resolve such matters? Because I think that's why you find a lot of presidents using even the same military. Some if they have a backing of the military will be the first one to go and beat up people, put fear in the community, and then they're trying to stop those mass mobilization. So how do we also need to also look at that issue as well, where even the leaders that are in power, whether they were elected democratically, they still need to account when it comes to protest. There has to be a right to protest in the nation. That should be also a common thing, that a policy that we should adopt as Africans, where people are allowed to come and voice their issues out in public if needs be. And there should be no military who's going to be coming there beating people for people coming into the streets and saying they've got a memorandum they want to give to the president of list of demands in their country. So I think that if it was a common thing as African Union, they vote and say this is the line that we are taking, I mean, we'll avoid most of these issues. But you can continue. Sorry about that.
What you said is true, because this protesting, I don't even understand why leaders bother. I really don't. Maybe they're afraid that I really don't. Why do you go and start beating protesters? I don't get it. They're just marching on the street. Maybe they tip a few cars upside down. Leave them. See, okay, you can stop. You know, you don't want them to destroy shops and all the rest. You can do that without necessarily cleaning them. One good example that people should learn from, man, it was a class act, and I'm not sure a lot of people followed it. Last year, or maybe last year, I'm not so sure now, there was a protest in Hong Kong. It lasted for months. For months. The Chinese were just watching them. They had soldiers surrounding the protesters. The protesters were basically they crippled the city for months. And they protested till there was an election. And they elected many of them into office. You can't make it up. They elected many of them into office. Then they have to leave the streets to go and govern. You see what it means? So you have to give people rope, let them protest. You don't have to intervene. It's when, I think the reason why some states intervene with protests is because they don't feel confident. They fear that actors will join in there and look for a way to take over the state. Like they go into the government building and they overrun the government building. I guess the Chinese government doesn't have any fear that is going to happen when they are in Beijing and something is happening in Hong Kong. So they just left them to protest for months. They crippled a whole city for months until there was an election. And now many of them are in office, now smelling what it takes to govern. You see what I mean? So I don't understand why our leaders do it, but I can also understand to an extent because they are not as confident. We know how protesters run into government buildings, and before you know it, the government has fallen. And this is why non-state actors, you have to be careful. You said it yourself. The same military will look for a kind of cover to take over government, something that they already wanted to do. They might even encourage the government to do it. Then behind the scenes, they go back and shush the government out of office and take over the whole thing. In the end, it's about stopping them from doing it. And if you have if anybody comes with a creative way of stopping it, I will concur with it, because we don't want regimes to be removed willy-nilly by military officials saying that they come to do good for the people. If you want to do good, your job is to take off your uniform and go and run for office. If you are so popular, they will vote for you. If you are so powerful that there are military officials that are willing to, risk their life to go and carry out the coup, those people, they risk their life to go and carry out the coup, didn't they? If they believe in you so much, they will ensure that you are elected.
But you see,
sorry. Before that, so just a second. I wanted to bring in the brain as well, but before that, I wanted to ask Niger about ECOWAS. Does ECOWAS have some sort of principles or like about all this situation? Because I think it's a time for all this organization, AU, ECOWAS, or whatever that is uniting us, to have some sort of standards that no military regime will be allowed maybe to interfere the government, and if that happens, maybe this and this will be taken. Is there something like that? And the actions that have been done right now, are they based on that standard?
Yes, they're based on rules that they've been following. And they've done it to quite a few countries. And to be fair, in Africa, in West Africa, it was quite aggressive. I told you before, they used to intervene militarily. And even Western government would be like, they step back. They don't even say anything. Because they see West Africans taking responsibility for their own affairs, making sure that the wars and military regimes don't get out of control. I think there's some good thing happening there. And I think, I don't know, don't they have it in East Africa? Because I don't see a lot of military regimes coming up in East Africa. They may have something like that already in East Africa that we don't know about. So you have to deter them. Otherwise, what is going to happen is that you are having a transition program, or, the country is going on its merry way, developing itself, and then, boom, somebody just comes in and starts instituting their own policies and changing everything. Nobody elected them. it's just not, even by simple principle of law and order, it's not right. You can't just take over power just because the people in the government in office is not popular. But they voted them in a couple of months ago. Look at the Egyptian president today. What he did was, he took over power. What he did was diabolical, actually. His was. And it tells you, African leader, Africans say, we really, sub-Saharan Africa, we are not very smart. This guy, there was a democratic president elected in Egypt, and they created all kinds of havoc. People went on the street and started protesting. You know, the Arab Spring, whatever they call it. They started protesting against a democratically elected regime. Then this military guy took the opportunity and took over. But when he took over, you know what he did? He went around for office and won the election immediately. And obviously, he won almost 90% of the vote. That tells you that the election was rigged, but he doesn't care. He's in office, period. These guys could have done something similar if they are so keen on it. Not have a negotiation with your fellow Africans, give them a date, then you just go and change it, not by a couple of months, not by 6 months, 5 years. What do you want them to do? Is this the action you are looking for? You should be asking yourself, what is the intention of those coup plotters? Is this what they want to create anarchy to make it look like regional organizations are sellouts to? Look at that speaker. He kept blaming France. How about the guy that just agreed to a deal and reneged on it? He shouldn't have reneged on it. He shouldn't have. He's a military man. Military people follow orders. If your junior officers see you reneging on your order, what do you think the future holds for that country? We are not even setting good examples. He's not going to last long in office if he's already breaking rules. See, if you study any art of these societies, or even there's this book they call Art of War, you have to have rules that you abide by. If you, the leader, cannot abide by the rules, then just be sure that the guys next to you are waiting to kick you out too, because they too won't abide by the rules sooner or later. It's a recipe for anarchy. I understand that the people like them right now, but that is what people do. It's just what people do. People would like them because they are not the previous government that has made their life miserable. Maybe they even have good intentions, but how are you getting to your good intentions in this wrong way?
This is one of the comments that this person, the Malian girl, she commented on one of the posts, and I'm still waiting for her. Hopefully she will come here, because it's very important to hear from them. This is really, really important. She said this. She said, I am from Mali, and what is happening here right now is a fight to preserve our sovereignty and a fight against French neocolonialism. There is so much propaganda around what's truly happening. These sanctions are illegal, illegitimate, and an attack to the sovereignty of Mali. The Brain, I want to bring you in to share your thoughts.
Hey, guys. I don't usually come in and join you guys in this very early morning. So I was up in the morning very early today. So I figured I'd join you guys. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, doing great, brother. You're doing great.
Yeah. To me, like, Ezra asked a very good question. Okay, but the answer we went around, to be frank with you, is far below what the question demands. The question of why does this happen? Why does this continuously happen? The answer to that is much more than the mechanics of whether do we have the safeguards for preventing coups from happening, or do you have a safeguard for the kind of incompetence that we see and witness from our civilian leaderships or our politicians? To me, the answer lies down to why does this happen? Why do we have either coup d'etat or some kind of misgovernance, poor governance in Africa? Is that it comes down to the fact that we don't recognize the aspirations the desires and the wishes of our people. African people are not part of the dialogue, are not part of the discussions as to why do we have poor governance. Why do we have things that causes all this mayhem, all this problem? I mean, what is the source of the cause? What causes all of this to happen? Is that we don't really pay attention to in this case to the Malian people. And then it's everywhere now across Africa. I mean, be it democracies or pseudo democracies or military governments or some kind of authoritarian regimes. Consistently, what is true is that they are not the construct that are built on the aspiration of the people. So because of that, we're going to keep coming and over again, as if we are in some repeat loop, a loop that keeps repeating itself over and over again. And so we need to say, we need to really start answering the questions of what people are asking about. So you just read what Malian thinks about what's going on. And that is the question that needs to be answered. Whether that answer, the coup d'etat or military rule answers that or not, that's something else. If that is the answer, then let's make sure it works for the people. If it's democracy that is the answer, let's say it works for the people. If it is, long-term issues like Niger was talking about, like in the long run, things don't work out with military takeovers. Let's make sure that answers the question that people are asking. People are asking to be heard. They're asking to be given the opportunity to run their affairs, which is the definition of sovereignty. And so, to me, that is where we are failing. We're failing our African people in all of these areas and on the fundamental questions. And the fundamental questions are very simple. I mean, they are hard to answer, but they're hard to, they're hard to implement. They're hard to put together on the ground and make them real. But they are simple and straightforward answers. We are not building an Africa that is on the basis of the people of its the citizens of Africa, and as long as we do that, we're going to keep repeating the same mistakes over and over again.
Yeah, it reminds me of the 60s, isn't it? 60s, 70s, 80s, where two regimes fell, and I think the one from Madagascar foiled a coup. And in about the last 3 or 4, in the last 2 to 3 years, we lost more than 10 black leaders, which is a relatively high number compared to most other countries. Some of them through assassination, some of them through COVID-19, and some of them through natural causes. And there's something endemic within our people that even among people that we talk about Pan-Africanism and the continent coming together. For things to come together, there has to be rules. There has to be rules. It may not be pleasant, but there has to be rules. When NATO was put together, they didn't say that when NATO needs to act, the fact that what we are going to go there and do is going to go and sell toys. Because when NATO is activated, it's war. Any country, any military regime that decides to take over in Europe now, they are going to have problems because that will be considered an attack on the state. It's war, and people are going to suffer for it. And they understand suffering. Believe me, they've shed millions of lives in the last century. They understand it, and we have to, when we understand these things, you're going to start seeing that we will start having a bit more stability. Our leaders will actually start governing for the people. I can't even believe it. I never even thought about it from this point of view, that coups could be part of the reason that the African leaders run their governments for the short term. Because they don't know what's going to happen. The Shagari government came into office in Nigeria. Within 3 or 4 years, boom, taken over by military again. So if you run your governments in Africa and you find that you are in a democracy and you know that your clock is ticking, sooner or later a military regime is going to come and knock you off. Would you start having a 2050 plan? How can you honestly put a 2050 plan in place or 2030 plan? Because you are not thinking that far. If we want to solve problems, we have to have leaders that feel confident enough to have stability, that to have the vision for long-term planning.
But to me, like, Niger, like you look at the case of Ghana, where it had experienced so many coups in the 1980s, 70s, and 60s. And, J.J. Rawlings was the last one to have done may he rest in peace. He was the last one who was who did the last coup d'etat, the military takeover that happened in Ghana was, I think, in 1981. So in that ushered in, Rawlings ushered in the democratic path that Ghana is on. I mean, a lot of Ghanaians have some misgiving about, Rawlings' governance, but one thing is clear, that he made the governance about the people. At least most of the people, the critical mass of the people. Even though he was a military person, but he was wise enough to see the limitation of military takeover, that the repeated military couldn't. So he had to make sure that he's the last one to have done something like that. Yeah. But so sometimes military coup d'etats can and should be could be used for transitional purpose, to bridge between an era of misgovernance to an era of true people-inspired governance. And I think so. It's not black and white that military coup d'etats are bad, but is that poor governance is the issue at hand. Poor governance, be it by the politicians or by military, is the issue at hand. If we can establish a governance system, it doesn't matter whether it's a democratic system or dictatorial system, an authoritarian system, or somewhere in between, it has to be the one that reflects the sensibility of the people that you're governing. And as long as we are struggling with that, we always have some kind of misgivings and some kind of misappropriation of power.
I think I like the way you think, because you seem to be moving and you're trying to actually come up with things. When you said this thing is not black and white in terms of, sometimes with the case of Rawlings, very interesting case actually. Remember, Rawlings, the way he came in, the guy showed some sense of integrity. He came in, he didn't mince his word, he did what he did, he left office. Then he returned again when he saw that his stuff wasn't being done, as he said. If it's not very confusing, if you mean well for your people, people are going to perceive it quickly. And even international officials are going to perceive it very quickly. And Rawlings didn't go into agreements and reneged on it. These people, you can easily go into talks with people and tell them, you know what, we need 6 months, we need 8 months, we need 1 year to get everything in place, and then we will clear. We know what we are here to do. We have a vision. And when we leave, if we are concerned about the militants in the country, we're going to deal with them. And whatever government that is going to come in, we'll make sure that the constitution is put in place to make sure that government fights this insurgency. And then we clear out of office. But that is not what they did. And that is not what many of them do. They will come, like in the Nigerian case, Buhari government came into office, and this in round 3 election, he says there's going to be transition government. First, he will always extend it. He will say 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Then when he comes to an election, then he cancels it. Then they did the second one, he cancelled it. Then the last one, they did it. He even allowed it to go as far as the presidential election, and they carried out the election just to release the result. He cancelled it. It tells you the damages that can be done by individuals coming to office. That was the last time Nigerians felt enough is enough. We can't have this anymore. We will tear this country apart if we keep having military regime. It's unbearable. And we have to learn those lessons. Maybe your country, many countries haven't learned it. We just have to. For me, it's common sense. If somebody wants to have integrity and wants to say what they did, like this, like you said just now, it's about them wanting to correct, misgovernance. That is a very good thing to want to do. Then come in, correct it, and leave, and put the arrangements in place. Don't make it sound as if you're just trying to play for time and get more time in office. It makes you look like you're just there for power. For yourself.
Niger,
right.
Can I ask a question? Okay.
I want to ask you, first of all, Ezra. I want to ask you a question for this, and of course you can answer that and ask that question. I want to know what is your stand in the situation that is going on right now on the sanction, because that's what we are talking about. The sanction that has been imposed on Malian people. Because me personally, I don't see the way, or I don't see the need to fight for democracy while treating our people this way. I don't see that. And one of the things that we have been talking here, and Niger, he has this question that, all right, if this is not the way, then what is the solution then? What kind of solution should be taken? So I want to hear your standing on that and also your opinion on that.
Yeah, so my opinion is to be frank with you, I don't know the specifics of the sanctions, so I'm not going to talk about the specifics of the sanctions, but I can tell you this. The question is, what do Malians need at this time? What is the people of Mali, what do they need? What are they asking for? And to me, this is a moment for solidarity. I think what Mali is dealing with what Mali finds itself is in extraordinary circumstances. It's not an ordinary circumstance. It's under ordinary circumstances, maybe that my answers may be different, but the conditions and the circumstances they find themselves is extraordinary in that there's a lot of interference. There's a lot of invisible hands at play right here. It's trying to dominate, trying to prevent Malians from pursuing a political path that is the choice. Is a political solution that is of their own making. So we need to find a way to stand with the people of Mali. So the solidarity, the West Africans should be coming around to provide solidarity to the people of Mali, to the government of Mali, even if it's wrong. Even if the approach and the method is wrong, we have to be there with them. We have to support them because they are dealing with a very extraordinary circumstance. And that means sanctions is not the solution. Sanction is just only exacerbate the process. It makes them feel isolated and alone in the fight against, neo-colonial. I wouldn't say neo-colonial. Once you have a military boot on the ground, you're a colonial power. And so I would say, colonial powers like France, who are creating havocs. They are hiding behind the scene of what's considered to be a taboo, a coup d'etat, behind a cover. They are taking that as a cover to exercise and carry out their own political and foreign policy agendas on Mali and Malian people and Malian resource. And to me, that is the issue at hand. It's not necessarily somebody promising and renegating, because there's always a reason why people are breaking promises. Who else has promised that hasn't?
Let me ask you then. You say support a military regime when you have more than 40 countries that are democratically elected regimes. Yes. What happens then when the next one is removed from office? When do you start deciding that, okay, this guy that took over power is coming there for his selfish interest, not or the interest of some other foreign entity? So all the governments will go and support something that could destabilize their own power in office too. You see why
I can see
for them to do.
I can see that, but they have to be able to really couch the issue clearly and properly. What's happening in Mali is not just a military coup issue. We know that. Niger, you know that. You know what is going on in Mali. It's not the issue of, is it military or civil? It's not that. It is the issue.
Let him go out of office, then come back as a civilian, or he should have not removed the civilian government and influence the civilian government to do what he wants.
Yes, but that's beside the point. When you have the French exercising such a degree of influence, such a degree of manipulation, in all sort of intrigue and political and policy intrigue that they are trying to create here, it's like a smoke. They're creating a smoke for you to like only focus on whether it's governance or misgovernance by the Malians. Meanwhile, you know, they're taking the carpet under you and stealing all the things that you like, you know, stealing the properties and the resources of Mali. And that issue is an issue that, you know, Malian people are concerned about right now, more than they are concerned about how their government is organized. So if we address
action now, look at their first action. One of their first action is to bring Russians into the country. This is a country is made up of 20 million people. Their first action is to bring Russians into the country when they have 20 million, and the French are still there. It's not like the French have left. The French just reduced their presence. So in terms of things changing, people are under the illusion that much has changed. We really need to keep our eye on the ball here.
But Niger, okay, why isn't Nigeria there instead of Russia?
You ask me, but to be fair, some Nigerians are there. They should be asking for more Nigerians and more Africans.
Yeah, but they cannot ask. They cannot.
Their countries.
They cannot ask Nigerians when there's no sufficient amount of trust among your neighbors.
Neighbors trust the French and trust 1,000 Russians? Seriously?
No, they don't. They don't. They don't trust anybody. That's the issue. Now, you're choosing. So I'm trying to put it here on the spectrum of what is the most evil thing going on right now, and what is the next evil thing and the next evil thing. And they are picking out, okay, this is the least worst thing that we have to pick up. I think that's what's going on right now. And so we have to say, okay, you are struggling. You are dealing with a very complicated scenario here. You have the French, you have all these foreign hands that are trying to play a very devilish objectives on your country, on your people. So we will come in to find kind of like a way out of it. So that Malians don't feel like they are dealing with this by themselves.
The reason why I'm not buying the French argument is because sometimes I understand we have foreigners. We all say how we need to take responsibility here. Sometimes some things the foreigners wish for might actually coincide with what we want. Like if you have a dictatorship in office and you want to remove that dictatorship from office, just because the foreigner is sitting by and wishing that dictator to leave doesn't mean you shouldn't remove the dictator. You see what I mean?
Are you saying that Nigeria? Are you saying that the French might have some kind of good intention?
No, of course not. See, in this world, it's about what you want. It's not about what your enemy wants.
Exactly, but we know based on the French reputation in Francophone countries, based on their reputation over the past 50, 60 years, or even over the past 100-something years, we know where their stand is. Their method might have changed, their rhetoric might have changed, their approach might have changed, but their policy hasn't. The policy of the Africa policy is the same. They haven't changed it in centuries.
Paint the picture. Let me just finish. Paint the picture on a canvas. Ask yourself, if a military regime can come in and they say this guy is a good guy, another one comes in, that one is bad guy, this other one is good guy, the other one is bad guy. Paint your picture. Paint the picture over time how the African continent will look.
But that picture that you want to see, do you want it? Do you accept it? Like, I mean, that's a picture that the French are painting. Okay, the French are painting that this is the Malians are astray. They are off the course. But I don't want to accept the French painting here.
It's not the French that is painting it. Remember, this is an African thing. Nigeria intervened in Sierra Leone, intervened in Liberia, intervened in Gambia. So ECOWAS has always been robust at intervening in countries that military regimes take over. So,
but why are the French supporting the UN Security Council?
See, French support it because they don't like the government.
Yeah, because that's the thing. The thing about if the French are supporting ECOWAS, I become suspicious.
See, let me tell you something. When Nigeria went and removed the military regime in Sierra Leone, you can't say that is a bad thing because ECOWAS supports it. If you have a child and the French president says, I support you having a child, would you say that child shouldn't be your child?
To me, like, no, we have, no. I get you. I get ECOWAS reputation. ECOWAS has a very good reputation, good interventions. I've experienced it. I was actually in the region when some of the interventions took place. And so I do definitely support the ECOWAS intervention in Mali. But what I mean is that, like, it should be intervening in a way that, in a manner that is synchronous with the Malian point of view, as opposed to the French point of view. Even if there's some kind of differences, that needs to be bridged, and let ECOWAS and Mali figure out how to bridge that. But what I mean is that, like, when the French are like adamant that ECOWAS place sanction, and then the ECOWAS follows suit and place sanctions.
To be fair, I don't think France has influence over Nigeria. That's the truth. French,
no, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Have zero influence.
Yeah,
and Nigeria
it doesn't.
Is majority.
Yeah, it doesn't have the influence, but they are saying that whatever sanction, whatever action that ECOWAS is taking, what the French are seeing, they see it as that Trojan horse they can ride. That's what they think. So we have to make sure that's the case. That's not the case.
They didn't need us to give them a Trojan horse to ride into Africa. Let's not bring the French. The French will do whatever the French wants to do. And it's up to us now to figure out what is good for us. This is why I say paint a picture. We have to paint a picture of law and order. We have to paint a picture of stability that we want on that continent. The French will have their wish for instability. How do you paint a picture of stability? We can't have regimes just keep popping in and going away.
Now, let me jump in here. I think, I understand this. I mean, this conversation, it's, it might go the whole day long and month. But what I see, this is how I see, and you guys can correct me if you feel this is wrong. No, this is how I see it, Niger. I see ECOWAS doing the same thing that, colonizers does or did to us. This sanction that has been imposed on Mali is the same thing that usually, Westerners, they do, other places they do, and we are always against that because it's not the right way. It's not how it's supposed to go, right? And what I see here, it's ECOWAS fighting with this regime in Niger and disregard the people of Mali. In Mali, and disregard the people of Mali, who matters a lot in this fight, in whatever that is happening right now. So they can stand and show that, what, we are the boss, and we're gonna make this decision. We're gonna, extend all the sanction on you so that you may stop doing what you're doing. But then they're disregarding the basic, the common wananchi civilians, who they're the one who affected, the most. They're fighting against each other. And the people, and so in this case, like, people's voice, it doesn't matter at all. Like, nobody listened to the people of Mali, what they want for themselves. And that should be the goal and the focus of ECOWAS, to make sure that not just fighting against the regime, but to make sure that people are safe, right? To make sure that people are living at peace. If it is fighting against terrorism, they do that to make sure that people are living at peace. If it is fighting against the regime, then they have to listen to the people, what they want in that particular country. People, they want that.
What you are doing is, I just said it to you before, there are rules within countries and there are rules outside countries. And some of the things you said is one of the things our people fall for. Just because foreigners did it, so we shouldn't employ it. It's like saying, because foreigners jailed our forefathers, we shouldn't jail criminals today. It doesn't work like that. We can't act based on our feelings. What those people have done, you said sanctions. You said the sanctions that they did, that the Westerners did, that's the same instrument we are using against our own. The reason why we have to use sanctions because we can't use military force. The only other option is military force to change. We keep saying we want stability on the continent. How else are you going to get it? Are you going to do it by throwing flowers? I don't understand what people expect.
But Niger, the point is, I think the point is, like, that I would like you to really include in your calculus is what Mika just mentioned, which is the calculus of the people, the variable of the people. Okay,
why the people might be wrong. The criminal? Why are you not asking the criminals that took over? Because that's what they
no,
did. They
but
broke the law
the
to take
people,
over.
the people of Mali,
I get the point you're making.
Yeah, but the people of Mali,
asking them that why are they not thinking about the future of their people when they know a sanction could be coming?
Yeah, but the people of Mali are saying that the issue is not our top number one issue is not a coup d'etat. It might be the number 2 issue. It might be number 3 issue. They might be thinking in the back of their mind that in the long run, we are not going to build a sustainable and stable and governance that is going to be able to accommodate our demand and accommodate our aspirations. So they might have that issue in the back of their mind. But the top line issue for Malians is extricating themselves from the rule, from foreign interventions, from interventions from outside that puts in question their sovereignty. So that's where the people are, even though they might be wrong and they are thinking that, okay, in the long run, I agree with you. Rule-based is important. The rule is important. The rule of law is important. You don't want people to just jump in every time people, move, flow with the wind where the wind is blowing. And then the military comes and like, oh, the people are here and the people are here. And then you don't want military intervention every time people are dissatisfied with something. But what it means is what we're trying to say here is that like your neighbor Mali is struggling. And the people recognize that struggle comes down from their relationship with foreign powers like France. Don't you think it is important for ECOWAS to recognize that people's aspirations for total and absolute liberation from influence of French, and then help them navigate toward a more stable, to more rule-based, to more accountable type of governance?
See, West Africans will support anybody that's trying to, some of the Francophone countries are obviously under the control of the French. That is true. And I also understand the need to listen to people's distinct interests. But you have to also understand that maybe the reason why they're acting is also to listen to people's interests. It's like I've seen a case where an armed robber robs people and sprays a lot of the money out there, then gets away with the money and this in the loot, the main loot. And the people say, oh, we have money, we don't care, because the state doesn't care about the money aspect. So the armed robbers may be popular. You heard them calling them Robin Hood and all kinds of names, but they are also breaking the law, because tomorrow some other person will do it and some other person will break the law, and soon parents won't be able to go out at night. Soon the law and order will break down. You have to see the bigger picture that if you want stability, some things have to give, no matter how good they sound, no matter how pretty it looks from the surface. And remember, you can't blame the people that are trying to enforce the rule of law for the actions they take. Is the rule breaker. That's the person you should hold really accountable. It's like holding the criminal accountable, holding the law and the policeman accountable for trying to arrest an armed robber, then somebody dies in the process. Then you hold the policeman accountable for that. It's the armed robber that created the situation in the first place, because the policeman is trying to secure everybody else.
Yeah. Can I like interject? I know other people should come in, but I want to just add a little bit of data here, a little bit of just top line overview, like what are the conditions under which Malians find themselves? Okay, according to the Human Development Index by the United Nations, take it with a grain of salt. Mali is ranked 175th out of 188 countries. Okay, 175th out of 188 countries. Nearly 45% of the population lives below the national poverty line. 45%. Whatever the population is, that's a huge number. And almost 65% of Malian population is under the age of 25. Age of 25. And then about 76% of them live in rural areas. You can imagine 76% of the population living in rural areas means a lot of services, from water to electricity to all sort of things, from education to healthcare. Very hard to provide, very expensive to provide. You can imagine 2%, 5% of the population in Western countries living in rural areas, they struggle providing them broadband, they struggle providing them appropriate resources or services that people anywhere live. And so this we are talking about the Mali condition under
a context that is almost unbearable by any society, by any kind of organized states. To me, Mali, like many African countries, like most African countries, is a reflection of a very poor state of being, from politics to society to economics, and everything in between. So I can see Malians are like, in desperate situation right now, where they feel like they are being strangled by life, living a life in Mali, and strangled by the conditions under which they find themselves. And the politics is not working for them. Politics is not helping them figure all these challenges that they face. To me, the ECOWAS solidarity is necessary for Mali right now, more than anything. More than anything is solidarity. That's what. Then
the next one, when would the solidarity? Okay, let me answer this question. When would the solidarity break? When they topple the Nigerian regime, would you say solidarity too? When they topple the Ghanaian president, would you say solidarity? When do you break with the solidarity?
And what I'm saying is that to you is that, like, there has to be an element of discussions and negotiations as to how we extricate Mali from this kind of cycle of dictators coming in and going out, coup d'etats coming in and going out. We have to also, that's part of the discussion. It cannot be separate from the discussion. What I'm trying to interject here is that we need to add the broader context of under which these challenges find themselves. This challenge is in the context of something, and that context is the economy. That context is poor governance. That context is social fabrics that are struggling to provide the necessary needs that most Malians are not getting, most Africans are not getting. So
they took the context into account. That's why they negotiated that arrangement for election to be held next year. They didn't just go after the regime. They took that context into account. Then the regime agreed that they will have an election in the that's next month, and they cancelled it. This is the thing. That's why I'm going to repeat the question. When do you break with solidarity?
But Nigeria, you're being very inflexible. I'm flexible.
I'm asking a straight question. When do you break with solidarity then? Because if
you never break your solidarity. You can never break your solidarity, even if they are wrong.
It means, you know what that would mean? Let me spell it out. You will get one military regime after the other, and you will never break with solidarity, and Africa will end up in the perpetual cycle of military regimes.
That's a red line you don't want to cross. That's a red line you don't want to cross. But under the circumstances that Malians find themselves, Nigerians find themselves, Burkinabes find themselves, under the circumstances they find themselves, where they have immense amount of resources that are financing and fueling progress somewhere else, but not fueling progress in their own neighborhood, in their own backyard. That to me that's a context that needs to be addressed alongside governance, because governance is key. Governance is key to resolving the context you find, the difficult context that you find. Governance cannot be, it has to be part of the variable. Whether it's coup d'etat, political systems, it is part of the equation. It's not outside of the equation. I'm not saying that break the equation apart and solve one part of the equations and solve the other part of the equation later. I'm saying that the equation needs to include all of this.
You know what?
That's what I'm trying to do.
If this regime mean well for their people, they will be able to govern the people, even with this sanction. Look at Cuba. Cuba is under sanction for God knows how long. And they are still, if you mean well for your people, you don't even care. The sanction, you will see things start changing on the ground.
Yeah. I agree with you on that one.
They will start making difference on the ground. They will start giving their people jobs. They will start farming. They will start doing all those things. If they mean well, let's watch the next few months and see whether they will show it on the ground.
No, I agree. When it comes to the issue, when you bring the Cuba case, it's like that is a perfect example. Cuba is a tiny, small country, has invented a vaccine for COVID.
Imagine.
Has some of the best. Probably even the healthcare system is ranked better than even the United States. The education system is one of the best in the world. They have organized themselves in such a way that whatever resources and money they get from tourism, is most of that money goes straight to really investing in the people. So there are always people that resolve, I mean, that become innovative under circumstances. But I think to me, like in terms of, to me, like it's not just a specific of the sanctions, but more like the specter of the sanctions that makes people feel like, oh, I'm alone. I don't think the specific of the sanctions will have that much of a harm. More like the feeling that, oh, okay, you know, the French are doing this to us, but our neighbors have betrayed us. That sense is what I'm talking about.
Let them prove themselves.
No,
everybody will discredit them for it.
Let me break this down. We all know, you know, what sanction does to, you know, to the country, to the economy, to the people, because those are people. At the end of the day, like I'm only here, you know, standing for those people, because we see different countries. We see what's you know, what happened in Zimbabwe, what is happening right now. A lot of people are running away, right, because of all the sanctions that have been there. And, you know, we all know that the end of all this, the end result of these sanctions, how much it will have a negative impact on people. And you know, soon or later, you know, we'll find out, we'll see that happening. Right now, people are standing against that, the people of Mali, because again, it seems like it's a betrayal, and especially to do something that, you know, the sanction that has been imposed on them is what, you know, friends can do to Mali. And that's why a lot of people, they're letting these two things, even if they are not, you know, there's no influence of friends, but what they've decided is what, you know, friends will decide, or will, you know, can do, you know, to the people of Mali. And I believe, my belief is this, that I think ECOWAS can do better. We have intelligent, we have visionary leaders, people who are leading their countries. We see, you know, the Ghana, we see different countries in the West Africa. And I think this is not the way. I think these people, these smart people, they can definitely come up with a better solution. If they had negotiation and now it didn't work, I mean, they just increase it, they can have another negotiation. They can have another conversation. You know, you don't have to go all the way to sanctioning
about the
people.
Consequences.
That
When
is
you think
affecting
about
people.
the victims, you don't think that you are not helping the victims of other countries that are going to be taken over. You see, this is the thing about people that feel so much.
I'm thinking about the people in Mali, because in this
you're
this
not
case,
thinking about
Niger,
Nigerians.
people,
You're not thinking about
people of
Nigerians. You
Mali,
are thinking about 20
no,
million
no.
Malians, but you're not thinking about 200 million Nigerians that a military regime could take over that country. You see,
no. What I'm
that
saying
your
is,
feelings
what
will
I'm saying
blind
is,
you to a greater danger.
No, what I'm saying is, you know, even if they have this military, let's say they have this military regime in Mali, they're not going to do anything to Nigeria. They're not going to do anything to
Nigerian
Nigeria.
military could take over the government in Nigeria.
Because
they
have it.
Yes, because now they see, oh, they can do it and get away with it. It's not a big deal. Let's all start taking. Then Ghana, they will kick out of office. Oh, before you know it, South African president that is so stable, the country is so stable. Oh, the white people will just say, you know what, this is our opportunity. Let's take over the government too.
Mika, Niger's point is very valid. Niger's point is very valid. It is a concern that, you know, ECOWAS has to think about when they think about the coup d'etat in Mali. But the issue is
they're setting an example in Mali.
But how do you find a way? How do you find a way of addressing those concerns, that concern that Niger has mentioned, as well as the concerns of the people of Mali? How do you find a way? And I think my point of view, is sanction is not necessarily the answer.
Maybe it's not the answer. Then what is the way? This is I've asked myself this question. We've been going round and round this point. Yes. We can't escape responsibility. You people may be leaders tomorrow. Yes. You have to know, because leadership, you take lives. You can't pretend. You see, we can't pretend as if
continue to talk.
Every time you take life, you are saving millions of lives. That's what people don't understand about leaders. Leaders, every time they take lives. Whenever you make one decision, people die. We can't say because we want to save, we are worried about the feelings of 20 million people, then we risk 200, 300, 400 million people in West Africa alone.
Oh no, but that we are worrying of something that is not there yet.
you are waiting for it to happen.
No, it's not gonna happen. Because we have something.
Oh
No, we have
God.
something at the stake right now to Niger that is happening and is affecting people. So you're saying that it's okay, these 20 million to continue to suffer because we want to set as an example to people who want to take over Nigeria or other countries in the Western Africa. It doesn't seem right.
See, in UK, if you said that, you know what they will refer you to as? I think they call it the peace. When they were negotiating with Germany, and there was always people that say, let's go for peace. Let's go for peace. In the end, it didn't happen. Germany was ready for
appeasers.
In the move. Yes, appeasers. They call them appeasers. And in
really
the end, it led to war, a greater war that led to millions dying. So the point they are making is that, in short, anybody that knows about rules of societies will tell you, you have to make sure the rule breakers answer for it. You know that yourself, even in your country, if somebody breaks the rule and you let them get away with it, you're going to have a bigger problem.
Niger, we know that it's not a straight line. Nothing is a straight line here. It's not from point A to point B.
And they didn't go for a straight line. They negotiated with them,
but the thing about
the negotiation.
What I mean is that, why can't ECOWAS come to the realization that the conflict in Mali, the tension in Mali, is not just the making of Malians, but it's also the making and the project of other invisible hands. And what is the answer to those things the ECOWAS is hoping to bring to the table? What is the answer that the ECOWAS is thinking about addressing the issue relating to French manipulations, French interventions, French intrigue in West Africa, in Francophone Africa? How does the ECOWAS think about addressing that issue? And I think the ECOWAS has to bring to itself to a level where they address even that as well.
That's a good question. And personally, my recommendation is that Nigeria needs to build a very, very strong military, up to 700 or even 1 million strong, and send 200,000 into the Sahel region and clean that place out. Because we have all the tools. Even Mali can do this.
Let me ask you a question, Niger. Why do you think that military might take over Nigeria if we remove sanction on Mali? Why do you think?
Oh my God! You think Nigerians need encouragement? You think Nigerian military needs encouragement? They will.
No. I'm generally asking you that question
very quickly. Because
why?
If they think it is acceptable that military regime can be popular, then they are very, very fast to want to take advantage. Nigerians are the kind of
this is what I think. I think military, they want to take over the government because government is not doing their job. They're not doing what they're supposed to do.
You think in the UK they don't do the same thing? You think in America they don't do the same thing?
I'm talking about in Africa, particularly in Africa, because in this case this is different. Because if you have a government that is not working for people, is not doing anything for its people, then that's why you have military who wants to come in and take over the government because they think they can do better.
Though. They don't. What did they? They don't. And if they did, Nigeria, no African will have a democratic government right now. They don't solve the problem. If you want to, you are scaring the hens away. How are the people that are going to come and lay the golden egg, that are going to invest in the people that you claim you care about? How are they going to come back? If they fear that your system is very unstable, there could be military anarchy any moment. You have to think about the people when you're taking action. These people think they're thinking about the people. The way you think about the people is you go behind closed doors. You really, really take over the government from behind the scenes and tell the people that are in power what to do. That is what is happening in America now. Do you think the presidents are the one governing the country? Do you think the Boris Johnson is the one running the UK? No, he's not.
I think what is happening here in this solution and what, I mean, if it is military, taking over the government, or if it is this sanction, I think we are creating a lot of fear in people's life. And I don't think this is the way to create fear, to scare people off, to be worried, that if you go ahead and you send a military to take over the military regime that is there, what you create is you're creating more chaos and more fear in people's life. And that's what we all know, that fear kills more people than any other disease out there, right? And I don't know if we want to go down that road, creating fear in our people, being scared of their own places feel like, you know, it's not safe and start running away, going somewhere else. We're not building, but we're destroying what we already have. What I'm simply saying is that I'll say this, you know, again, that Niger, I don't agree with the military and what they did. I mean them extending session for 5 years. I don't agree with that. I don't support them. I'm not on their side. On the other hand, I still don't agree with what ECOWAS is doing, because again, we already talked about this for a long time.
You're
this
not
conversation.
feeling good about it. It's meaningless if there is no way to stop it from happening, because it's just going to keep happening again. Then people like you will be saying, "Oh, you know, we can talk this out. You know, in the next 2-3 years, we are gonna. You know what? Nigeria has fallen. Okay, Kagame. Even Kagame has been kicked out. Okay, we are gonna talk about it. Anarchy is what you're gonna get."
The difference of those people, I mean, they're actually doing something for their countries. You know, that's
It's
why
not
you don't
gonna
see
matter.
anyone or
They will kick them
go there and actually taking over the government, because they're actually working for their people, and you can see what is happening. Yes, they have stuff that they're not doing okay, and this is the long. I mean, it's the long. I think it's the behind the scene problem that we see. Like, usually they're coming to take over because we have government that is not working for their people, and they think they can do something better. Everybody think they can do better, even us. I mean, we're looking at the government. Sometimes we accuse our governments because we think, no, that this is not how it's supposed to be.
Why can't they take over from behind the scenes? Ask yourself, why can't they take over from behind the scenes? Why can't they? They can. I just told you that the West, most of the governments in the West, they are not the ones governing the country. The people governing the countries are captains of industry. They are the ones governing the country. They are the ones that have $50 trillion in offshore havens. Those people have money to buy any government and bring down any government. So they are the ones controlling the West here. How is it that a military regime that can take over a country cannot figure out a way to go in behind the scenes and say, you know what, we don't want to ruin our country because of we just hate you. We want you to do this and this, and if you refuse, we're going to remove you and put another civilian regime in office. There is no reason you cannot put another civilian regime you control in office.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh my God.
We can hear
John,
you. We can hear you.
Are you there?
He can't hear us, but we can hear him. Interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
This is very, and until right now, guys, we still have nobody. This conversation, it's important to have a people of Mali here as well.
You need to watch yourself,
like
you know. That's why I said Ezra. Ezra looks like somebody that is campaigning for office already, because that guy, see, you have to understand, sometimes you have to make tough decisions. That's why leadership is always tough. If you want to lead someday, you will find that you have to make tough decisions. You will find that some decisions you're going to make is going to hurt some people. In short, all decisions you are going to make is going to hurt people.
Hello, Tunaja.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm going to be brief.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Madara.
Yes. Oh, you muted me. Okay, good. I'm going to be brief and continue hoovering. I'm listening, but I'm hoovering at the same time. Now, Tunaja, I think ultimately potentially they will step out within 5 years. What you want, that they can take over the government from behind the scenes, I think it's just a time for them to do their job and then step out and have proper control of the country. I think it will be a good, positive result for Malians in the end. But I understand your concern regarding stability in the country, because me and you have gone through this many times, how it doesn't lead, and you don't want to set that kind of example. But like Ezra said, the situation is so far multifaceted and complex that the governance, democratic process is sometimes subverted by powers, external powers that have more power and financial influence, and even they have agents within. So there was no other way to get out, because the French were thriving of the chaos in the country. They were thriving of the chaos in the country, to Niger. So, but I understand your concern. I just think there is no other way to bring security and stability to that country, because these people were looting the country while chaos was happening. So
you say no other way because they have to answer commander-in-chief. That's the only way they can change the country. I just said to Mika, that the West is not governed by the people that you see in office. You can control, as a matter of fact, it's a more formidable way of controlling, because you control the country, but you don't take responsibility. The government, the people that people see is the one that take responsibility. You can go behind the scenes, and if the government refuses to do what you want, you remove them, put another civilian in office. If you don't want to do that, retire and run for office and go into office, so that what I'm saying here is that you don't destroy the shop in the process of trying to renovate something on the inside. If you want to sort your country out, you keep driving people away, and the investors are going to come into the country, fear that there is no stability, and not to mention the message it sends to the neighbors, neighboring countries. It's too much instability. Nobody will touch Africa. Nobody will touch Africa if we keep having military regimes take over like that.
Tunaja, you tend to celebrate Kagame and Rawlings for their takeover. Although you don't encourage it today, but you tend to celebrate that and the situation they created. I think that this person means well for his people as well. So I think it will result in positive results, and he will step out after 5 years. I can tell that, or he will step out and run. It just takes more time, and it requires more time to put in the right things in order.
Kagame is democratically elected. Rawlings eventually, yes. He remember Rawlings came in and he left. Then he came back again. And also, there is the idea of integrity too. If you have a negotiation with a group of people and tell them, this is the time I need to leave office, then you just came a month to the date and change it by 5 years, that is no integrity. And then you have to see the example they are also setting for their own military. If you are running a military and you are setting such a bad example already, God help you how long you're going to last. And maybe he is going to be toppled himself, and then some other person will come in again and create another instability again. Then you see the chain effect, the chain reaction will keep growing and growing. Somebody needs to stem it eventually. Somebody needs to act like a grown-up and say, you know what? This thing that you are doing is not appropriate. We had an agreement. You broke it. You have to answer for it. We keep calling for accountability, and when it comes to it, then we say, you know what? Let's do solidarity. We have to hold our leaders accountable.
Tunaja, it's a trade-off, right? It's a trade-off for regional stability, for having treasonous, bad puppet leaders in the country. How do you know that you are giving them
the sanction of God when they don't? Did they come with Angel Michael's signal on their forehead? How do you know that? All we know that they just lied. How can you just say they mean well? They just lied.
Tunaja, I mean the bad leadership. You will continue having people like Ouattara who can just change the constitution to stay long, and nobody says anything against it.
And
like
they just lied. We are talking about the same things here. If somebody, the only evidence you have of them so far is breaking a law to take over the government of the state, and they gave them the benefit of it, then they lied on top of it. All you have to go with is the lack of integrity. That's all we have to go with. And we have to learn to see these things in the clear light of day. In the clear light of day. We keep acting with our feelings, saying we have to show solidarity. These people are the ones causing the problem. I've lived in a country where military regime wrecked our whole country. One man.
I don't know. I hear you. I hear you, Tunaja, but I'm gonna hold this time. But I hear you. But I'm gonna hold judgment. I'm more on the other side. But I understand your concern.
Yeah, that's something. Do I go on? Yeah.
Anyways,
hello. Yes. Yeah. Let me go on, please. Hello. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you to Niger for what you're saying, but I think I'll disagree with you on that. I think Mali should be shown more solidarity, because problems do not start off on that day. These things have piled up over the years. It shows the failure of ECOWAS. It's supposed to be the economic of West African states. Why? Okay, what has the ECOWAS as a body done to unite West Africa? For example, you want to trade from Nigeria to Ghana, it's a problem. You want to send goods from Ghana to Mali, it's a problem. There are so much borders. It shows that how do I put it? In Africa, things just don't work. That's the problem. Don't blame Mali for it. Mali is just a tiny speck in the equation. And if you're talking about coup will never happen in Nigeria, because Nigeria is now a global country. It won't happen, because if it happens, investors, they know that the military guys coming in knows that there's nothing for them. So it won't happen.
Why do you think there's nothing for the military again? Why do you think there's nothing for the military if they come into Nigeria?
Okay, all right, quickly, let me say something quickly. I want to quote a man from Kenya, Professor Lumba. He said something. He said, as long as Nigeria continues to sleep, Africa is going nowhere. This failure in Mali is a result of the biggest economy in Africa not taking its due course on the on what should be done. It's the truth. Why would you sanction a small country? What are you? How come you stood by and there was a coup happened in Mali? How the ECOWAS monitoring other states, other West African states? To me, what I'll say is I think it's a wrong move, and like I said, we also have our own policies. We shouldn't allow the West dictate to us. It's very wrong. Why should we go back and hurt our own?
You see the thing. You see what I'm saying about our threat assessment. We don't see dangers when it's far. If it is 2 layers removed from us, we don't see the dangers clearly enough. Because you are thinking that you want to be solid. You think I don't want to show solidarity. As a matter of fact, I support the Malian people today. But I don't support leaders, because if I was one of those leaders, the way I would do it would be different. I don't support leaders that go on, take over a country, create frontal instability for the whole world to see. Then you go ahead to negotiate a deal, then renege on it. It's a disgrace. Where is your integrity? You should have a level of integrity. When you say something, people hang on it. Then that's on Mali now. That's what that man has done. And when we talk about dangers, when somebody does something today, something wrong today, and you don't reprimand them or you don't show any example from them, it doesn't matter how they, how do I put it, how they cope with it, your reprimand, is you showing that you are not happy with what you are doing. Now, and if you don't show that, some other person will do it again.
Let me say something. Now, there's a there's a coup in Mali, there's a coup in Guinea. You understand? I think recently that tall guy, it's not Junta, what's his name? He took over from the president. So now the ECOWAS has to sit down and reassess why they are existing. Why are we having coup in West Africa? Why aren't we having coup in East Africa? Why are we having coup in South Africa? Why are we having coup in North Africa? Something is wrong with this block of the continent. Something is wrong.
They have had that meeting, and they decided that they are going to take action against any military regime. Nigeria, if you are Nigerian, you know Nigeria removed the military regime in Sierra Leone, and they helped stabilize the war in Liberia. ECOWAS has been quite robust in terms of stopping conflict. Look at what is happening in Congo today; it wasn't stopped. Look at what is happening in Rwanda; it wasn't stopped. So if you compare some of the conflicts that have happened in West Africa has done quite well in terms of keeping them in check. If Sudan was in West Africa, I don't think that war would have gone that long. They would have kept it in check. So the point I'm making here is that we just have to understand, like, we have to keep things realistic, because some of the things you are accused of West Africa of doing is not accurate. We have to keep it accurate, and we have to also know when there is danger coming 2 to 3 steps away. We can't just say, oh, because in my face right now, my people are suffering, let's worry about these 20 million people, when 420 million people is behind you. You are not thinking about the 420 million people that are going to pay a price if military regimes start popping up all over the place, and it leads to total instability that the continent has been enduring. We know the continent has been enduring this for a long time. We don't want it anymore. We want a situation whereby nobody should be taking arms against any government. Nobody should be taking arms against each other. We want to be able to have people return back to the continent and invest. Our diaspora will never return. They will never return. Do you hear that? Our own people will never return if they keep having this happen. We don't want them to come back home. We want to have our continent grow. We need peace and stability. For people are going to do work magic. People, I believe in our African people, just leave them. The government should just go away. Leave them and just maintain stability. That's all they need the government to do, and the people will do the rest. But we don't even let the people do anything. Government keep interfering all the time. Military regime, corruption here, war here is enough. Our people need peace.
Tonight, I want to ask you this question. Yeah, tonight I want to ask you this question. Why did, because I think it's a very important question, why did the military, in Mali change their mind and say that we're not going to leave office on February, we're going to stay until, 5 years? Why is that?
Beats me. It tells you what military regimes do. I've been in Nigeria. I've told you, the Babangida ran 3 elections. He canceled all of them. Why has he not made up his mind for the first one? Then he did another one again. He didn't make up his mind. He canceled it. Then he did another one in presidential election to announce the result. He canceled it. It beats you. These people are unpredictable. They lead our economies into chaos.
So does anyone knows why they did that? Because they must have stated something, the reason why we are not going to leave the office on February. There must be a reason behind.
What they would say that we need time.
I think it's trust. That's just it.
Ken will?
No, it's not trust.
Trust.
Okay.
The normal thing they say.
Sorry, Rich, I'll come to you.
Time.
I'll come to you, Rich. I want to give a chance to Ken will.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Mika, this situation is very clear. We have now, as you are dealing about this Mali situation, we already deal about the Ethiopian case, and we all are aware about how much is going on and how it is going on. There is no more question. We know everything now. There is a history of over 60 years. It's now open, and everybody is aware about what's going on. They do the reason. They cause the reason for what they accuse you. And everywhere there will be military push. There will be implemented a government who is responding only their interests. That means there are false governments. That's why everywhere they are doing it, you have to defend it. Like this guy is defending that, like the situation from Nigerian side. Nigerians have to respond or to defend the neighboring country, because the problem is coming to them too. It's the same thing like what's happening in Sudan, in Somalia. If they are not coming to Ethiopia, they are trying it at the side of the Somalians. They will do it. They have been doing it since 60 years. And that have the situation, this way, they are fighting you. You are wasting your time. You are wasting your economy. The economy is a clue of your independency. You cannot be independent if you don't have economy. That's why they are putting you war everywhere. And this is everything artificial. What Africa needs is to get rid of this. And for what this guy has been saying, the previous person, it's right. You need law and order. You need law and order. Diaspora, investors, anything cannot happen if you in your country there is no law and order. And what you have said, when military is making the push, is because the military see that the government is actually not doing the right things. False. That's exactly false in the clue. Because the reason is artificially created already by these military powers. The Western power, they give you the reason. They are coming in your country. They are killing your president. They are creating contradictory military powers, which they make the push if you are not corrupted. So this is the situation you have. You have to be corrupted to be accepted by the United Nations, by the USA, and the Western countries. And that is for us the horror. So you have to be, all of us, we have to be at one side defending our sovereignty. That's the only solution we have. So this is what I wanted to say.
At least he saw the need for this thing balance.
Can I say something?
Wait a little bit. Yeah. Also, if you guys can give me the answer to that question, why? Because I really want to know why.
I can't tell you. I can't tell you. You can.
Ken, you sound like President Mugabe, man. I must say, your voice.
Yeah, we are grown and widely influenced by such president directly. We are very involved in this situation. I know the Western power since I am already 10-year-old. I know it from my own shoulder. And we have been accompanied by this power since already actually in our age, over 40 years it's been accompanying us, and I can give you evidences. There are everywhere in your life.
If I can just step in there a little bit. Ken, you really sound like President Mugabe. And just to answer His Excellency's question, I think about the term and how long these guys want to be in 5 years or preparing for elections. That's if they are preparing for elections in that 5 years. Let's hope it is for elections. But can I just play that video that President Mugabe always talks about? Let's hope this prophecy doesn't come to pass, His Excellency. Let me. I don't know if you have the video. Let me just check for quickly.
Yeah. Tonight share with me area and
I sent the videos. I said that show that video.
Yeah,
so you see, they asked him for 5 years.
Share again. Let's hope those guys don't change their minds after 5 years. And I think consistency is His Excellency.
I don't know. I say, with all being said, the Malian girl, she's almost here. She's trying to log in. So whenever she comes in, I'll just give her a chance to speak.
Yeah,
she's trying to come in.
That would be nice. And Ken just reminded me of President Mugabe, the way he speaks.
But when we have served 2 terms, we have not done much. And 2 terms was like 2 weeks. So we want to go more. So you want another term, and you must find an excuse. The first term I served, no, it was not a real term. But you were there for 5 years. Oh no, it was Parliament which chose me. I should have been chosen by the people, so that one does not count. And the others say it counts.
Oh, yeah.
That is what they do. He asked for 5 years. He will get there. He will like, I've not done enough. And why do you think he extended this thing again? Because he just had an agreement 2 months ago. And he said 2 months was enough, or 3 months was enough, or how many months? I don't even know when they had the agreement. He says it's enough for him to transfer power. Maybe 6 months or 8 months. Then suddenly it's like, oh, no, it's not enough. Let's have more 5 years. This is what they do. They just, Mugabe is just revealing that they do it willy-nilly. It's not necessarily because they believe in any deep stuff. And if you really believe in any deep stuff, you can do it from the back end, because you're not going to make it about me being the commander-in-chief. If you really believe on stuff, it's not about you. You can be in the background and you influence events.
If I can add something there, just to answer you, His Excellency, I was saying that I think ECOWAS, looking at the sanctions, somehow it's also questionable. Not that we disagree maybe or agree with them, but when you look at consistency in terms of why, when Guinea had this military coup, nothing was hard or harsh was done in terms of that same decision. As much as, yes, these guys had promised to few months and there will be transitional government and all those things, but why is there no consistency in terms of how they take decisions. Those are some of the things that we need to question as well. Why Mali is being targeted as well so harsh?
The question is, maybe they didn't take very hard action with this in Guinean government. One, because the Guinean government gave a commitment that they were going to live by. Secondly, because they fear that because they didn't take any serious action against the Guinean government, now they got the Malian one. What choice have they got? Because tomorrow is going to be Nigeria. It could be Ghana. It could be any other country tomorrow. The line has to be drawn somewhere.
But I think it should be now a policy for all of them, not just Mali only. If this is done for Mali, I think Guinea should also be sent a letter to say, we hope that you are still keeping to your promise. And any other country in ECOWAS for that matter, because now I'm telling you, Mali is gonna raise this question as well to say, why is there no consistency? Is it now the who drinks with what over the weekend? Who talks to who?
I'm not sure that's what's happening. I think what the Guineans are going to learn from this is that they better stick to the agreement. That's what they're going to learn from this. And it's a good thing for them to learn.
Let's hope so. I just wish there will be consistency in Africa in terms of how rules are applied across the board. I think they should have maybe suspended Guinea as well, to say we suspend, or even Mali to say we suspend for a time period until you fix your own matters, and then you'll only be allowed once you show those commitments that you're really going to have a transitional government. There will be elections and all those things. As long as there's no such things, no commitment and accountability, like measures put in place for them to account, I'm telling you, this will just be something small. I mean, it won't really make a big impact. And looking at the fact, what kind of sanction is this? This economic sanctions, or what is it?
It's more of a diplomatic sanction, really, that they are stopping the government. They close the border, apart from food and necessary stuff for civilians, and they close even airspace, if I'm not mistaken, they close the airspace too. So that is very significant. They really boxing them in. Because I think the Guinean one, the reason why is because the Guinean one had an agreement, maybe gave them 1.5 years, and is intending to live by it. And the Guinean president, because if you break agreement, you are not doing that in good faith. You see what I mean? And I think sometimes even the Guinean government did some good things. They said they are not even going to run for office. They made commitments. They said they are not going to run for office. These ones, they are not even there. They just said, give us 6 months or 8 months to get ready, and then the last minute you just extend it to 5 years. That is not any way to do diplomatic negotiation, because that's a bad example to set even for your genius.
Right. I want to show you this video because you asked Ezra. For those who don't know the sanction, I'll play this video and you can listen. And at the same time, I'm still waiting.
ECOWAS has decided to uphold the initial sanctions already imposed on Mali and on the transition authorities. ECOWAS has already decided to impose additional economic and financial sanctions, which are withdrawal of all ECOWAS ambassadors in Mali, closure of land and air borders between ECOWAS countries and Mali, suspension of all commercial and financial transactions between ECOWAS member states and Mali, with the exception of the following products: essential consumer goods, pharmaceutical products, medical supplies and equipment, including materials for the control of COVID-19, petroleum products and electricity, freeze of assets of the Republic of Mali and ECOWAS central banks, freeze of assets of the Malian state and the state enterprises and parastatals in commercial banks, and also the suspension of Mali from all financial assistance and transactions from all financial institutions.
Yeah, that's it. Any time from now, guys, I might have the I think she's struggling with internet, but she's trying so hard to come in. This will be very interesting. Rich, I remember you had something to say.
Yes. So Michael, you was asking why they did it. I think why they did it, right, is because one, I think they found some kind of suspicious activity with some of the people who was about to be elected into the office. But one thing though, I gotta tell to Niger, I think that we have to be careful that we don't choose democracy over security. Security is more important than democracy. I think that these people we need to look out for the people first, so make sure that they're safe to even have a democracy. I understand his argument. He's fearing that somebody's going to overthrow the next government and the next government and the next government. This is a good argument, but at the same time, we have to say, at what price do we want peace, and what price do we want security, and at what price do we want stability? Because if we're going to choose stability over being colonized, if we're going to choose being colonized over stability, then this is not a good choice.
I'm not sure. Right. I'm saying, if you know me, you know that I completely am for security and being uncolonized at all.
Yeah, you always talk about security. That's true, but I'm trying to tell you, like, I think that this is the decision that's in front of the Malian people face right now. You know what I mean? So we're watching it from outside.
What evidence do we have, though? This is the thing. Why do people keep saying this?
Well,
these guys came into office, they broke the rule in the first place, which is not, it doesn't encourage you about security. Then they lied. How does that show you anything? The only thing they've shown us is something that should give us the opposite concern. They've not done anything really.
But you know what? What then ask yourself then, why are the Malian people so much behind this man?
Because the Malian people are like many people on this panel that don't assess security threats. Our threat assessment is very, very low because we as a people have been colonized and have been conditioned to believe in certain things. Something that we see in front of us.
Niger, I think that you're trying to...
No, for that, Niger, you're wrong.
I think you're trying to choose.
I may be wrong. I may be wrong. I'm not arrogant enough to think that I'm right on that one, but I'm telling you what I see in our people all the time. Whenever you tell them something, it's like if you give a solution, they'll find a problem with it. Know the one they always want to go for? The simple one that says, let's all be brothers, let's just be solid. But they don't think about the greater danger. That is what I mean by threat assessment.
This is a good example of what happens when you're being subordinated. You see? We have to choose. We have to be here choosing our poison now. Why do we want the Russians? The Malian people saying, we need the Russians. We saying, you don't need the Russians. ECOWAS saying, we're going to sanction you. France saying, you can't take over this thing. Everybody wants a share of what is ours. This is what happens when you don't have control of what is yours. Everybody else comes in and everybody else tells you what to do. And you don't even know who telling you. They have a saying back home, say, too much hands spoil the pot. This is what happened into Africa. Too much hands into Africa now. France is telling us what to do. ECOWAS is telling them what to do. The Malian people want to do what they want to do. We end up here discussing what you should do, and nothing is still being solved. That's because the resources they're supposed to be used for the people to protect their freedom and democracy and their right is being used by other nations, and then we're sitting here now arguing about which one should be, which rule should be made in order for us to be...
the people that just took over power, they just usurped the Malian people's rights.
No. Don't say that, because the Malian people are behind these people. That's the question.
But they didn't elect them.
That's okay.
Why wouldn't they be for them when they got rid of a regime that they don't like?
But you know what, brother? You know what? The crowd, the size of those crowds in Mali is an election by itself. Look at that. Look at the size of these crowds.
Then why are they not? If they are so confident about it, what stops them from running for office and becoming civil? You see, you have to hold them accountable for not being smart enough to run an election and win the election if they are so popular.
That's true. That's a good point. But I feel like the situation is so dire. You know, who feels it knows it. I'm telling you, the situation there seems so dire, and that's what happens when you have people in survival mode. They can't make
decisions. If you are too primitive to understand stability of a state, then don't go near the state. Because, like I said, they could easily run for office and win it. Then why insist on this instability?
No, you can't just be saying that, though. You can't just be saying that, because you see, we're not on the ground there. We have to see how the people are responding to what's happening around them. They're the ones who country this is.
You're making too much excuse for people that you don't keep making excuse for mediocrity. we keep making excuse for mediocrity. The Egyptian president took over power. And he was a military man. Then he retired, ran for an election, won the election by almost 100%, but still, it's a legitimate election. It's a democratically elected regime now. That's what they could have done and saved themselves all this trouble. But they can't even figure that one out. And you want this people to go for the next 5 years. That's exactly what Mugabe is saying. They will be there for 5 years, like, oh, I've not done anything. Oh, I have to go for the next 5 years, another 5 years, until there's another uprising again.
Well, see, you also said something that I wrote down. You said the French don't need our permission to come into Africa or to do nothing in Africa. You know something? This is why I was telling you guys, history is now being written in real time. They can't just do what they used to do anymore. They can't just come in and bomb the people anymore. They can't do that anymore because they know that we are watching them, and they know that they're going to be consequences, whether it be political consequences or just consequences out in the open, even if it's not military consequences. So what they're doing now, they're colonizing the place to other leaders, to other people. So that's what they're doing. We can't choose. Honestly, I think just Africa needs a new start. Honestly, we can't be using puppet leaders that's being influenced by other people in our nations, and then when the people get upset, we say, "Oh, why do you get upset? Why do you overthrow this government?" Of course they're gonna get angry and do certain things like this because their resources are being used by other people. The resources are supposed to protect them. If Mali resources was being used for Malian people, they wouldn't have to call in nobody to protect Mali. They wouldn't have to call in the Russians. They wouldn't have to call in anyone. But
let's not keep making mistakes let's not keep making excuses for mediocrity. If we keep doing this, we are not going to get anywhere. These people are incompetent and they are doing things that shouldn't be done. You keep inviting foreigners to your country, and so that this 1,000 people that you call in, they may actually kill your people. If you keep, it's like giving a dog the taste of human flesh. If you do that, you are inviting trouble. These people are giving people. Why are you not? You got 20 million people. 20 million.
As I said, brother,
let's not keep making an excuse for mediocrity, man. I'm tired of making an excuse for these rubbish people that keep doing rubbish.
Okay, let's round up this conversation. All right, we have
20 million people. You are bringing 1,000 people in. Like, what are you doing with 20 million?
But brethren, we got to stop. This is a deep cut, brethren. This is a deep cut. You see, a lot of us, what we're trying to do is put in plaster on this cut right now. But this is the nature of being subordinated, brethren. This is the nature of being subordinated. You're going to have to be choosing your poison. You see, we want to choose our poison now. That's what we're trying to do here, you know. But if we have control of our own things and we are not subordinated, then we can solve our own problems our own way. ECOWAS should have sent soldiers there, not sanctions. That don't work.
Yeah, I understand that. I agree with that. But I still think that they are, like we've said now, even during the discussion, we come up with so many creative ways. This government could have handled this, but they chose not to handle it that way. They chose the ignoble part to go. They chose the part that leads to sanction. How can you not know you are going to be sanctioned? They must have told you. And you chose this part, and our people still sit there and say, you know what, let's just, no. Are you going to see Mika, Ezra, all the people on the panel, are you going to sit there and know that sanction is coming to your people, and when you have so many creative ways out of it and you let it come, why would you do that? This is pure mediocrity here, and they have to be held accountable. I'm sorry, I sympathize with the people of Mali, but we cannot keep having this situation. If we keep saying that we want unity and we want stability on the continent, this is kind of actions that is needed. People have to be accountable. We have to hold them accountable for their actions. If tomorrow he falls, next time, many countries in West Africa, many countries all over Africa will think twice before they introduce a military takeover. That is
pushing Mali away. This Niger is pushing Mali away. It's pushing Mali people away. And that's why we always say that unity is Niger is disconnected, but I know it'll come back. That's why we, I think unity for Africa is very, important in this matter. But, these solutions and this sanction that has been imposed, all right, we have someone here. I think this is from Mali. This sanction, I think they're pushing, people away. Mariam?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Are you from Mali?
Yes, I am. I'm currently in Bamako.
Oh, Oh my goodness, my goodness. Come on, somebody. Okay, we have somebody in Mali here. We have been, waiting and wanting to have someone from Mali here, right? Because we've been having this
Welcome,
conversation
Mali.
for a long time. So welcome to the
Thank
family.
you.
And today is the beginning. Please don't ever leave this family because this is your place, all right? We're working for one Africa, and you're part of Africa. You're one of us. So we would just like to know how the situation, how Malian people feel, how Malian people think, and what Malian people want from what is going on right now.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you guys saw images of what took place in Mali yesterday.
Oh, let me show that because you share with me the video, right? So I already uploaded here. Let me show this just a little bit so that as you are building your point, it can make sense to everybody. I'll show this video right now here before you say anything. Yes?
All right.
It's right here. Just a second, guys. Wait. Okay. It's right here. I had to mute the sound because of the copyright, but it's right here. Do you guys see that video? Go play.
No, we can't see anything.
Oh, you don't see?
No.
Okay, I'll rewind again. It's here. Let me remove this. You can see that, right?
Yes.
Okay, let me play. It's a lot of people. So that's the video you sent to me. Yes, can go ahead.
Right. So I think this is a good reflection of what a lot of people in the country are actually feeling right now. Can you hear me?
Okay, now we can hear you.
Okay. So yesterday I actually attended this protest, and I wanted people to see this video because I think it's a good reflection of where a lot of people in Mali stand right now. So this was people pretty much showing their support to not only the government. This was about Mali yesterday because even people who aren't for the current government were present. Because we feel like, I don't know, you guys probably know about the ECOWAS sanctions because that's what the discussion was about. So recently they had all of these sanctions about Mali, which first of all are completely illegal. Like half of them, they can't even apply. They just don't have the right to. Because ECOWAS, this was not part of the treaty when ECOWAS was created, right? So a lot of the economic sanctions, like not having us touch whatever money we have at the West African Central Bank, they can't even apply. They don't have the right to do that. It's completely illegal. And the sanctions, which I believe a lot of people are seeing on the media, that it's because we don't want to hold elections. But I feel like it's important to look at the bigger picture. Like Mali is occupied, like half of Mali is occupied by terrorist groups. There are regions where people are not going to be able to vote if we hold elections now. Literally, like people aren't going to be able to vote. And that's not what I call a legitimate elections. Like if you want something to be legitimate, the entire country should be able to participate. And it's not fair to hold elections in, let's say, Bamako, Sikasso, or like cities in the south when people in the north cannot vote or people in the center of the country cannot vote. That is not right. It's wrong. And like, so people are divided in Mali right now, right? But the majority of the country yesterday came out to protest against these sanctions because one, they can force us to have elections when half of the country is occupied. That's not how it works. That's not that's not democracy. I'm sorry, my English is not that good. But that is not democracy.
No,
that's not how it works. And so yesterday, this protest that I'm showing you was pretty much the military calling people, the military government called people to protest against these sanctions. And literally, people, regardless of their political views, came out. This has never happened in Malian history, because for the first time in our history, people in every city in Mali, people who could actually walk out, regardless of the situation, because there are regions where there's so much insecurity that you can't really do that, right? So people who could actually came out. This is only Bamako, but this similar protest took place in other regions in Mali, literally. And it was mainly people showing their support for the state because our sovereignty is threatened. And the sanctions that you see ECOWAS taking is not about the elections. And a proof of that is that ECOWAS is welcoming a military regime in Chad. And there is a third illegal term in Senegal that ECOWAS welcomed. They did the same thing in Côte d'Ivoire. So this is not about the government. This is about Mali switching their partners, because we had been working with France for years. The influence that France has in the country, I can't even describe it. It's ridiculous, literally. And we've been living like a French colony even though we got our independence, and that's wrong. So the current government, which a lot of people probably know, has signed a military agreement with Russia. So we're turning more away from the French, and we're working more with Russia right now, right? And that has been an issue for the former colonial power, which has been trying to force us to have elections because they don't want this government there. And this, I feel like, is being supported by ECOWAS in some way. And I just think it's not acceptable to try to force us to have elections in February. Think about it, right? We're in January. In what country can you see people plan elections in so little time? Literally, it's not possible. We can't have it because not everyone's going to be able to vote. It just cannot happen.
See, one point, just because many people support it right now, remember, these people are supporting a government that reneged on their agreement. You see, the government themselves were the ones that went into negotiation and told ECOWAS that by February they will be ready. The country was a democratic country before the government took over. So the institutions were in place to run an election. So they told the ECOWAS that they're going to hold the election in February, and they reneged on it by 5 years. You can't see, eventually, just because, and this is the thing, our people, we don't know what we're asking for. We just watched a leader that we are praising renege on an agreement that he had with international bodies, and we are still supporting him. Then tomorrow, when he turns on us, because you think he cannot change his mind, oh, he's demonstrating it to you already. When he turns on you, then you're going to hate him again. The reason why he's shining right now, because he doesn't have any record. If you are in the UK, you will understand this very well. Every politics leads to tears in the end. Whenever they are new, it's always pretty. Everybody's happy. Then when they have done something that, because the moment they start making decisions for the country, some people will be upset. Some people will die. Every leader makes a decision that people die. Eventually, they're going to turn on him. So in the end, that is a wash. But the question is, how do you expect African Union to react when they have 400 million people that are in democracies that could also lead to military regimes? We know we have seen this for the last 40 years or 50 years, and it hasn't led Africa anywhere. How do you expect them to react? Please give us a way out of this. I'm asking the Malian.
Yes, I respect your opinion and I hear your point of view and I completely understand where you're coming from. But this whole thing that you see is not, so it also depends on what you define as democracy, right? We've had elections in the past, but if you think about Malian history, if you look at our history, we've had so many coups. And I think it's important to ask yourself, why are we having so many coups? And if we elect a president now, I can guarantee you that we're going to have another coup. Why? Because the country is not stable, because the country is occupied, because Malians are dying every day. We've had the massacre of Ogosagu. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. People were burnt alive. People were killed in their homes. Little children were slaughtered. This happened in Mali. Where was ECOWAS when that happened? All of a sudden, now that we have a coup, oh, they have a military force that they can send into the country whenever. Where were they when we were dying? Our people have been dying, and we want a permanent solution. And part of what this government has been doing, so they've been bringing changes, which a lot of people don't see. And this is not, so I'm not for military coups. I am not, because I want stability in my country. But we need to acknowledge it when a government does something good. And we also need to acknowledge the fact that it's time for Mali to have a form of independence. We can't keep relying on the French. We can't keep relying on other powers to come and like rescue us whenever. So this is about having something stable, because, you know, these prolongations that the government are asking for didn't just come from anywhere. They didn't just like walk out and be like, oh, we're gonna, I don't know, extend this for this number. First of all, they told ECOWAS that they're willing to negotiate. ECOWAS chose sanctions over dialogue, and we need to point that out.
They've already
That's one thing.
negotiated in the
Second,
first place.
Okay. No, Nadia,
no, they
just
have
wait a
not
bit.
negotiated. They took sanctions. They took sanctions. They took sanctions against us. They have not negotiated with us. So after the first, like if you look at the first, so the transition has been in place for a little over a year, or maybe just like a year. But if you think about it, we cannot have elections. It's not possible. And this is something that a lot of people in the country, if not the majority of the country, agrees on. Because no one wants to vote without our brothers and sisters in the
that makes
north.
them popular? What are the good things the government has actually done that made them popular? Because it's good for people to
I
know.
don't even know where to begin. It starts with breaking the ties that we've had with the former colonial power for years. Because we keep talking about we want African unity, but like so I don't know. So many countries are independent, but let's think about Malian independence. Is it really independence? Yes, has Mali really been independent? No, we have not. We're still living like a French colony. We are, and we've been like this for years. It's time for it to stop.
We agree with that.
It
What
is really
else
time
have
for
they
it to
done? I
stop.
want to know more about what the government has done for the people to make them popular.
There's been a lot of reforms. Even if you look at for example, the health department in Mali, there's been a lot of reforms. We've had more medical material coming in. This government has done more in the health department and other departments in Mali in like a few months than other governments have done in, let's say, 10 years, literally. And the situation in the country, if you look at the terrorist groups and what's actually going on in Mali, we've made progress. Like, we've literally made progress because we have less attacks going on now. The government is making progress. Our military has been doing a good job lately, which no one is actually pointing out, because it doesn't suit the French to have that seen on TV, because they've been here for 10 years. They haven't been able to do what this government has done in a couple of months with the help of the Russians. And I'm not supporting Mali relying on other powers, but we need to start somewhere. If you really want to have our independence, we need to start forming our military. We need our military to be trained. Like, the French have been here for years. They could have given us, let's say, military equipment to help us strengthen our military. They did not. They stayed here saying, oh, we're going to help you. It's been 10 years. Nothing has been done. People are dying. Like, literally. Just recently, we've had an attack where a bus with innocent people who were just going to a local market were killed. That bus was attacked, it was burned down, and innocent people died. Entire families died. And if you saw the protest yesterday, even people who aren't for the military regime were there, because we are tired of seeing that happen. It was people being there formally. It was beyond political views. This was not about political views or whatever. It was about Mali. Every single person who walked out yesterday, and I was among those people, walked out for Mali. Like,
that leader could have resigned. I want to ask questions. I want to ask questions. Do you know that leader could have resigned and ran for an election if he's so popular as you say he is, and he would have won it and given Mali this space, because he went and had an agreement with
Niger.
Yes,
can I ask you a question? Like, is there a scenario under which you will change your point of view?
My point of view on this one, if I have good evidence to say that this leader tried every other way to forestall this in that he wants to transition to government, but he couldn't retire and become a civilian government. He couldn't do the election in the next 2 or 3
what
months.
About the
extraneous? There is no reason for what he is doing now.
What about the extraneous circumstances described for you? Like the fact that it's not stable enough to conduct election. Is that sufficient information for you? Isn't that sufficient information for you?
See, because if you say there is no, you heard what Mugabe said. They always find an excuse not to do something. They will say
it's not
this
an
is the
excuse.
reason why.
My people
this
are dying.
The other
That's
reason
not an
why.
excuse. I'm sorry.
Okay. Can I jump in, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want before that I chill. No, before that I chill. I wanna give a chance to Malian people first.
Okay.
Before that,
Yeah,
I
but
need Mariam.
if Malian is speaking and brother is interjecting his own ideas, the people have spoken, and you have seen the video.
To be fair, I'm asking questions because you see, we have to stop using feelings. We have to think about the other 400 million people.
No,
but Nigel, it's more than a feeling, though.
Can we give
the lives that are at risk right now? I don't know what happened. What happened to this? Okay, I wanna give a chance again to Mariam to go ahead, and then we have Adama. He's also Malian. He's comfortable in French, so he's gonna speak in French, and then Mariam, I believe you can translate. Mariam, can you go?
Yeah, so like I feel like the most important thing to keep in mind here is the human lives that are being lost. Millions are dying, and our emergency right now is to find a solution for that. It's not about elections. Elections are important, I agree, but we want our people to stop dying. Because as I'm talking to you, there are children who should be in school who are in the woods, like, because you literally have children leaving school to take guns to defend their villages because the military could not at the time like afford to protect them all. You had people leave school for that. Like, the situation in the center of the country is a disaster. Children are slaughtered, literally. People are being burnt alive. It's a massacre that's happening here, and it's happening under mediatic silence because half of what happens in Mali is not covered. Like, so many people have died since this crisis began. So many people. And I know of people personally who are affected by what's going on in the center of the country. I know of people who had to leave their homes, who saw their families die. And this is real. Like, this is the real problem. It's not even... ECOWAS needs to look at Malian people first and think, okay, what solutions what can we do to assist this country in helping them stop their people from dying before we even talk about elections? It's not legitimate to have an election where half of the country votes and the other half does not. It's not democracy.
Okay, appreciate that. Adama, can you go as well? Adama is from Mali as well.
Bonsoir, Mariam. Je voulais juste poser une question à M. Nadjar. Est-ce qu'il connaît la situation du Mali? Justement ça. Est-ce qu'il connaît la situation? Est-ce qu'il a des informations concernant le Mali?
D'accord. So this is a question for Naija. I can't see your name from here, but he's asking, do you know the situation of Mali? Do you have information on the situation of Mali?
I have some information about the fact that let me tell you what I know about the fact that they negotiated with ECOWAS. They took over a regime that was democratically elected. They negotiated with ECOWAS that they were going to have an election in February, and in January they reneged on that promise that they made that they were going to have an election, and ECOWAS went ahead to have this embargo on the sanctions on them. And remember, they also switched from the French. They kicked out some French. Let's not forget some. There are still French soldiers in Mali today. He didn't get rid of all of them, and brought 1,000 Russians in.
He didn't get rid of the French. So the French had a contract. So the first force that we had was Barkhane. And Barkhane ended because that's what we agreed upon when Barkhane was first, I don't know why, when they signed that treaty, right? And then Emmanuel Macron, without even consulting the Malian government, decided to withdraw their troops. And after he did that, he came up with a different force, Takuba, which he didn't talk to our government about either. And he decided that this force would replace Barkhane. So it's not the government didn't let them leave. So the French left because Emmanuel Macron decided to draw down troops, not because we kicked them out to begin with. Second, one thing this government did was to revise the terms of the treaty because it was more benefiting to the French than it was to us. And the other thing is, if France wasn't doing the job, we're not going to let our people die. Like, we're not going to let Malians die. We have to turn to someone. And I don't agree with, like, other forces, like, relying on other forces, but we have to. Like, our lives depend on it. I'm a Malian. I live in Mali. I know what's happening. We are dying.
What is wrong with bringing 20 soldiers? If you have to use Zoom to have your this thing calls and send military equipment into the country, when you keep bringing foreigners into your country and you give them a taste of your people's blood, we keep making this mistake. If you read your history of Mali, the fall of the Malian Empire, at the last days of their power, they were begging the Portuguese for weapons, and the Portuguese just brought trinkets for them. And in the end, they fell, and because they were also fighting each other. We have to learn from history that you have 20 million people. Look at those people.
Yes,
what are we doing with them?
Look at those people and learn from our history.
What are you doing with them? Arm them, have them defend your country.
Hello.
Why are you bringing 1,000 people in?
Okay, Maker.
Yes.
Please, you are the one that control this
That's true.
Platform, and I understand the passion of Niger. The people, the Malians are in the street. You see them. Two are here with us, brother. It's not always good that either your way or a highway. That's not good. We have a Sudanese saying that when two people tell you that your ear is not there, touch your ear. So you have many people that are telling you that this is starting with our brother, even before this two Malian brethren came in. Rich was telling you the same thing, although he didn't talk to them to people on the ground, but what he was saying is the same thing that these two sister and brother are saying. So please, always try to agree with the majority, not always your way.
See, think about it. I'm not disagreeing with what they've said. I'm not disagreeing that the government are popular on the ground. I'm not disagreeing that maybe the government will even do great things. I'm saying
they are the ones dying. They are the ones dying. What did ECOWAS do? ECOWAS protecting the lives of Malian people, like she said. That children left the school and they have to carry the guns to try to protect their lives. What is ECOWAS doing?
See, when you run a home, you have to have certain rules in place.
Okay, then let them run their home. Now they're running their home, but you don't want them to run their home.
But I'm telling you, see, that's the thing. They are running their home, but they are facing the consequences of running their home in a way that others don't like.
Okay, I kindly beg you that let the Malians now speak. Let us listen as African brothers. But for us to inject our own ideas, inject our own ideas, that's all.
Can I say something to add up on what was just said? So, I just forgot.
No, I said, Mariam, you can go, but as well, Adama, he didn't finish his points.
Okay,
if you decide that you want to marry your daughter, you find out that your home is no longer your home, isn't it? There are things that
please let them talk. Let the Malian talk, please.
No. Can I say here a little bit here? Like, what happens in Mali affects Nigeria. It affects Ethiopia. It affects Senegal.
Exactly.
It affects a lot of other people. But what we want to make sure that at the same time, Niger, what people are saying to you that the circumstances that are defining the conditions in Mali are the ones dictating the course Mali is taking. And then that course that Mali is taking is not necessarily to the liking of the people in Nigeria or Ghana or any other country. But what we have to find, my point I tried to make earlier, like this is the time to stand in solidarity with the people of Mali so that they make the right choices, so that they don't feel alone in choosing this path they're choosing. I mean, I think what Mali has experienced over the past 5 years, over the past 10 years, I remember, I think a few years back, there was even a horrendous condition where the Mali, Bamako, was going to be overtaken by forces, Islamist forces. I mean, that was last minute reversed, but the conditions haven't turned. I think chaos serves certain people. Terrorism serves certain people. The terrorism and chaos and mayhem
serves certain people, because it lowers the price. It lowers the price of resources that, like, Malians are putting out to the world. I mean, the price of their gold, the price of their uranium, the price of their oil is going to be much cheaper when they are under such such horrible condition, because they won't have the strength to stand up to it. So we have to find a way to stand in solidarity with them while addressing the concerns of the broader West African conditions, where we don't want these extraordinary approaches to resolving crisis. Long-term stability of Mali depends on governance true governance that emanates from the people and that speaks for the people and acts on the aspiration of the people, be it democratic or dictatorial, authoritarian or military. We always have to ask that question: is it serving the interests of the Malian people now and in the future? And so I think these are the things that are percolating here that people are concerned about. I know, Nigeria, you have a very strong point of view here, but there are also other point of views that are equally that must be weighed as we think about the broader equation here.
I agree with your point. I don't disagree with it. People can have their own opinions about these things. All I'm saying is that both sides can do what they want to do. The Malian government can do whatever it wants to do. The ECOWAS can do whatever it wants to do. We can have solidarity with the Malian people, while the ECOWAS does what it needs to do. The reason why these things are important, what I'm saying is that you shouldn't necessarily criticize ECOWAS that harshly, because they have to show that they are trying to enforce rules. Without it, the other 400 million could be compromised. You see what I mean? You have to show examples.
Okay, guys. Mariam, can you go first? And Adama left here. Adama, if you can come back, please come back and talk. And I really want to say this, guys. Let's give this a chance for them to talk. We've been talking here for almost 4 hours, and we just had Malian people like a few minutes ago. I want to give them as much time as they can to talk. Whatever you guys,
because you cite their opinion,
go ahead and speak. No, because we have never had Malian people here, and I went through hell to find them to come here. And I would love to hear their point. I would love to hear their voice, because me personally, I will always side with people, because I think people's matter and their voices matter. And what they've been going through, some of us, we cannot even imagine what they went through. All right, so we need to give them a chance to talk.
I'm just siding with
Come on, Naja, come on, man.
I'm siding with the people.
You're not. You're siding with yourself.
You don't understand.
Okay,
there are people there.
Mute everybody, but only the Malians. Please, mute everybody.
Yeah. Okay. Let's give people time to say. Mariam, you can go ahead. And there is someone who is trying to come in. I don't know if it's Adama, but there's someone who is trying to come in, and we are a lot of people here. So I'll ask one person to move for a moment so that we may have him coming here.
Yeah, you can move me out, please.
Okay. We already have 9 here. Mariam, you can go ahead. Hello? And Mariam, we cannot hear you. And Abdo Ulaye Sidibe, are you also Malian?
Yeah, hello.
Hey, hello. Are you Malian?
Yeah, I'm Malian.
Okay, please go ahead. You can raise your voice as well. Welcome, by the way. It's good to have you here.
Okay. Thank you very much. This is my first time to join this platform. And I heard most of this thing is talking about my country, Mali. And as you all know, the challenge that we have now, really, you will see those countries, okay, let's say the Western country are trying to put us in trouble. But really, let me tell you something. In the history, really, we suffer. Our war starts since 2012. Okay, sorry, but my English is not so good, but I'm trying to do my best, okay?
You're doing good, brother.
Okay, so our war starts in 2012, okay? But we did not call directly the Western country to come and help us in the ground. Just we told them to come and help us in the, I don't know, her part. Okay, but instead of that, they come and directly install us in our country. Okay, now the challenge is not this one, but we are all African. Okay, so they already know Malians are suffering. Malians are suffering, but instead of helping us, before calling France to come and help us, we called the CDAO, ECOWAS, let's say like this, to come and help us. But they say at that moment they did not have nothing. Okay, so reason why we have decided to call France. But now, if they have opportunity to help us, instead of helping us, they are not doing that. They are just punish us because we have decided to be free, to take our freedom. Let's say like this. Okay, so this is now the challenge that we have, and I think every African countries are helping us, and really we are very glad for that. Thank you.
All right. Adama?
Je suis de retour. Je ne sais pas si Mariam est toujours là. Is there Mariam here?
Yeah, anyone can translate that. Mariam, we cannot hear you. Oh.
Okay, Adama, you can go ahead. I will try to do my best to translate.
All right, okay.
Ok, j'avais déjà posé la question à monsieur Inyari, je ne sais pas trop. Mais je vois que cette personne ne connaît pas vraiment qu'est-ce qui se passe au Mali. Juste seulement, il est informé par les médias. Mais si tu veux être vraiment informé, il faut chercher à avoir les informations auprès peut-être des Maliens. C'est mieux parce que les médias, leurs informations sont biaisées. Maintenant, je vais essayer de faire une historique du problème du Mali. En 2012, lorsque...
Ok, Adam, est-ce que tu ne vas pas me laisser traduire ça d'abord?
Ok, let's go.
Okay, he said his question is, he want to ask a question to that guy from Nigeria, okay? And to say, does it know exactly the problem in Mali? Okay, because for him, the guy is just focused on that information which is coming from social media. But we are all students, okay, but we have already studied. So it's better to filter those information in order to know the best one. Okay, he's asking if really the guy is informed about the situation in Mali. Okay, so and now he will try to do some point about the story in order to understand exactly what he thinks.
No, I think. Let me say this to this. I think for my brother Adama, I think instead of focusing to Niger's opinion, I think you can just go ahead and share your ideas. And as there's a lot of people who don't know, who are watching here and are joining right now, they don't know the situation. So you can just go ahead and share whatever that you want to share about the situation in Mali, share about your stand, or the people of Mali, what they want, what you guys are standing for. I think that will be much better. But if we go back and forth asking these questions, it's going to take a long time to address ourselves. You feel me? Okay. Because everybody has a different opinion in this matter. So for you, just go ahead and speak as a Malian, because that's what matters in this case right now.
Okay. Je vais essayer de faire un chronogramme de trucs de la crise malienne. En 2012, la crise a commencé d'abord en Libye, en 2012, lorsque les pays occidentaux, les États-Unis, surtout la France, ils ont formé une coalition armée pour aller bombarder Kadhafi, et Kadhafi s'est fait tuer. Maintenant, les Maliens, ils ont des populations d'origine libyenne aussi. Maintenant, lorsque Libye a été éclatée, donc maintenant, certaines de ces populations qui sont maliens aussi, parce qu'il y a eu plusieurs rébellions au Mali. Lorsque le Mali essayait de les combattre, ils fuyaient pour se réfugier en Libye. Maintenant, ces rebelles-là, ils ont pris les armes en Libye pour venir au Mali. Donc, lorsqu'ils sont venus au Mali, ils ont commencé la guerre entre les soldats républicains. Donc, à partir de là, à ce moment, ils trouvaient que l'armée malienne n'était pas bien équipée. Donc, mais ces gens étaient surarmés. Donc, ils ont essayé de repousser l'armée malienne dans une région qui est Kidal. Parce qu'à ce moment, le Mali comptait 8 régions. Donc, ils ont commencé à Kidal. Maintenant, lorsqu'ils ont commencé, les djihadistes aussi, ils sont revenus donner les mains avec ces rebelles. Ils ont chassé l'armée malienne à Kidal, de Gao et de Tombouctou. Maintenant, il restait seulement quelques villes, quelques régions du Mali qui ne sont pas tombées. Maintenant, le Mali a fait appel à la CEDEAO, ECOWAS, de le rendre une main forte pour pouvoir combattre ces rebelles-là. Mais qu'est-ce que ECOWAS a dit? ECOWAS a dit que nous avons une force, mais on n'a pas les moyens financiers pour pouvoir financer la guerre. Donc, le Mali s'est retrouvé seul face à ces problèmes. Donc, qu'est-ce que le Mali a demandé? Il a juste demandé à la France de faire un appui aérien. Donc, dans ce cas, les soldats maliens vont faire la guerre sur la terre. Mais la France a dit que non, il faut qu'elle intervienne de façon par les avions et aussi sur le terrain sur le terrain aussi. Maintenant, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? Les soldats français sont venus au Mali. Ils ont fait depuis 2012 jusqu'à 2020. Il n'y a pas eu un résultat significatif. La guerre était seulement à Kidal, comme j'avais mentionné au début. Mais aujourd'hui, à part seulement quelques villes aux alentours de Bamako, de la capitale, toutes les régions du Mali sont occupées par les djihadistes. Et je vais poser une question au gars là qui est en train de s'entêter. Comment est-ce qu'on peut organiser des élections dans un pays où 90% est occupé par des rebelles, par des bandits armés, par des djihadistes? Comment est-ce qu'on peut faire ça? Avant 2020, il y a eu un coup d'État de 2012, parce qu'à cause de la crise des rebelles. Maintenant, c'est la même CEDEAO et la communauté internationale. Ils ont fait pression à ces militaires-là de faire des élections à 6 mois. Donc, ils ont fait les élections à 6 mois, après 6 mois. Donc, mais même pas 2 ans, on a encore fait un autre coup d'État. On a fait un autre coup d'État en 2018. Donc, comment est-ce qu'on peut rester sur ces mesures-là, sur ces options-là? À chaque fois, il y a une crise, on fait un coup d'État et on se précipite de faire des élections. Donc, on doit se poser des questions. Pourquoi il y a toujours des coups d'État? Pourquoi? Donc, parce que le modèle démocratique occidental a échoué au Mali, a échoué. Donc, il faut que les militaires qui sont maintenant au pouvoir doivent faire des réformes institutionnelles. Sinon, on va revenir à la case du départ. Donc, c'est ça que moi, je voulais dire. Mais j'ai fait un summary de l'historique. Sinon, il y en a plusieurs. Et je vais juste ajouter encore. Et je vais dire cette sanction qui est intervenue au Mali maintenant, c'est pas une décision qui est conforme aux lois, aux juridictions de la CEDEAO. Il n'existe pas dans les sanctions de la CEDEAO de fermer les frontières avec un pays membre de la CEDEAO, de faire des sanctions économiques d'un pays qui appartient à la CEDEAO. Ça n'existe pas. Donc, ils ont violé leurs propres lois. Donc, ça, c'est la deuxième chose. Troisième chose, il y a les puissances comme la France qui est derrière cette sanction. Parce que depuis que le Mali a commencé à diversifier ses partenaires militaires, donc la France se voit menacée. Parce que le Mali, c'est un pays stratégique dans la région. Qui contrôle le Mali et contrôlera tout le Sahel. Donc c'est pour cela que la France essaye de se positionner comme le maître dans cette zone. Donc, alors que le Mali a essayé de signer des contrats avec la Russie, depuis lors, là-bas, les relations diplomatiques entre la France et les autorités actuelles du Mali ont commencé à détériorer. Donc, après les sanctions de la CEDEAO, la France a fait appel au Conseil de l'ONU de dire qu'il faut que la communauté internationale suive la CEDEAO aussi pour sanctionner le Mali. Et ça n'a pas marché. La Chine et la Russie, ils ont mis leur droit de veto. Ça n'a pas marché. Qu'est-ce qu'elle a fait maintenant? Elle a fait appel à l'Union européenne de faire les sanctions au Mali. Moi, je pose la question. Est-ce que ce monsieur qui est en train de parler ainsi comme ça, il parle de démocratie. La démocratie, là, c'est des bases. C'est des bases. On ne peut pas juste dire non, on va faire des élections. Non, les élections ne résolvent rien parce qu'on a beaucoup fait. Les Maliens, ils ont l'expérience de ça. Donc, il faut que vraiment on réforme notre État pour que vraiment les prochaines élections soient réussies. Sinon, si on fait la même chose en 2012, ça va recommencer encore. Donc, c'est ça que moi je voulais dire. Merci.
Okay. Let me try to summarize what Adama said. Hello?
Yes, we are listening.
Okay, let me try to summarize what Adama said. He just said now, before I talk about the war in 2012, okay, when the terrorists came in Mali, but at that moment, they occupied only Kidal. Okay, they occupied only Kidal, and Mali asked the air support to ECOWAS. But ECOWAS was not able to do that because they said they don't have the fund to do that financially. Okay, so Mali decided to call France only to support him on her. But France said, okay, it's very simple. We'll come even on the ground to stay in Kidal. Okay, so now once they came there, you know, terrorists come even at the center, not completely at the center, but near the center. For example, Mopti has been occupied, Gao and Tombouctou. There are many county which has been occupied after when France has been installed in Mali. Imagine from 2012 to 2021, okay, I think it's 9 years. During these 9 years, France is not doing, let's say, nothing. Okay, they are just here, I think like they're just to support their own business. Okay, because there are many enterprise, many company, France company in Mali. So there are maybe they're just to support the security of those countries. And now I think people are talking about democracy. What is democracy first? Democracy is the power of the people, for the people, and by the people. Okay. Now, if the country decided, the population decided to say, okay, we want our transition to do 5 years, 10 years, is the decision of the population. The population is the one who is Democrat, I think. Do you see? So, and well, it's very difficult to do election in the country where there is insecurity. People have to think about that. Imagine we did election in 2013, and we did a military coup in 2010. Let's say 2020, and 2021 we did another military coup. Now, even we decided to do another one, I'm sure they will do another military coup. This is just because of the insecurity. The Malian, all the county are not free. So it's impossible to do election in Mali. And in the election 2018, the second term of our president, Ibeka, at that time, there were many corruption. The guy was elected as the president, but only there were many other politicians who, how can I say that, who struggling, who said no, who fight. They say no, it cannot possible. The guy cannot be the president because many things has been corrupted. Even those places who were not able to vote. But at that place, there was something, they come with them and say those people are vote out. There are insecurity, those people are not able to vote. So we have to think about all those things. Even though they decided to do election now, I'm sure there will be another military coup for sure. So we have, for instance, what we can do is just to make a security, to make sure everybody is sure to vote, because everybody, it's a law for each one to vote. So that is the summary that I got from Adam.
Michael, you're muted. You're muted.
Thank you so much for that summarize that you did. And thank you so much, Adama, for your voice. But Sidibe, do you have anything to add to that?
I'm not done. I'm not done.
Then,
Sorry, Niga, I'm not done.
Okay, please.
Yeah, let me add something. Niga, I think he talk about democracy, must do election, but one question: if a democracy is based on constitution, if I remember in Cote d'Ivoire, in the constitution, they said the president must have two mandates. But in 2021, the president did another mandate. I think it's still now. He doing another mandate. That means this guy doing 3 mandates. Now, if CDAO, ECOWAS is following the principle, normally they must say to Cote d'Ivoire government, the way you are doing democracy, it is not democracy, because in your constitution is not allowed. Even in Guinea, why Guinea did a coup? Why? Because the president changed the constitution to do another mandate, 3 mandate. How you can imagine we are going to support an organization which doesn't respect their own principle? How? No. Even if I not agree with a military or some, no, but we must be a pragmatic. You must follow your principle. You are not going to choose a one case and you try to trace that. No, you must be for all of us. Thank you. That's what I wanted to add.
Appreciate for that. Sidibe, do you have anything to add to that context? And then we'll move ahead to everybody here to answer this question. And this is how we're going to close. How can the rest of Africa stand in solidarity with Malians? That will be our closing statement. And I would love to hear your ideas, guys, shortly. But now, Sidibe, you can go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's what I have to say for this to summarize for you what Adama said only. I did not have another idea unless that question.
Okay, all right. So let's start with Reg. Reg, what would be your your answer to the question that the brain raised up. I think this is why we should focus on the closing. But this is just the beginning of this conversation about Mali. So we'll always come, and I've already spoken. I'll have some few sessions in other social network as well about this. But for now, let's go ahead and try to how can we do that, and what also I can add something. What should be done with the sanctions that we have right now?
Well, I'm gonna be selfless and selfish at the same time. I'm gonna say, man, I wish Triangle was up and running, because the amount of power we can pull out of Mali right now, like with the girl that was talking before, the lady, I wish I could hear more of what she was saying, because I could hear her emotions, I could hear her pain. What she would have told us is not, she wouldn't be lying, she won't be making a mistake, because she can feel. I wish she had talked a little longer, because what I think that we need to do is start creating ways of collecting information from these places. Start creating ways so start creating social organizations. Let's think critically about these things, because these are our problems. They're not just Malian problems. They're not just some ECOWAS coming and doing something. These are serious problems that these people are having here. People are actually dying there. So we have to start to think about how to make situations better from where it's at. Not what it could be, not what it used to be, not what it should be, but where it's at. Start thinking in the present. One thing that we can do out here right now with all these other restrictions is that we can keep shedding light on the situation, because there's a lot of people talking about this, but it's not ending up in the mainstream media that much. How many of us knew that Mali was going through a war for the past 10 years? It's not much of us knew. Only if you're searching for this information, you'll find it. So now that they overthrew the government, now they put a lot of light on it now. So now we're looking at it from the point where the government was overthrown, not from the fact that jihadists and terrorists came from the north and started killing our people. You see, that's where we're supposed to start getting the information from, not right now. But since that we're here, what we can do is, start shedding light on the situation. Those who have power in media, shed a lot of light on the situation, and get in contact with as much people as we can from Mali, so that they can come and tell us what's happening there for real. As I said, I wish that girl had talked some more, because I feel like she had a lot more to say. But that's what I think we can do. We can make sure that we give them a voice, because that's what most of us could do. But we have to start to organize intelligently to the point where we can send soldiers there. You know what I mean? We can send intelligence officers there. We can send media people there, so we can talk to the Mali people. We can send translators there, and journalists there, and writers there, so that they can tell us exactly what's going on, and they could tell the world too exactly what's happening. Then we can justify whatever we're gonna do next, because we already have proper information about it. We already have people from Mali talking about it. So when we have a media power and journalism and those kind of people on our side, intelligent organization, then we can justify what we're gonna do to solve this problem. Whether it means some of us from the diaspora leave over here and go over there and try to help these people, that's what we're gonna have to do. But we have to first justify it first to intelligent organization, to media and those things. That's the most that we can do right now, and that's the unfortunate thing. As I said, that's the nature of being subordinated. When you have to look, when you have to step from other places and look at your people suffering, and then we all argue about it while nothing is being solved. So we have to come out of that subordination to intelligent organization first. But for now, as I say, all of you who have media power, journalists, writers, whatever, start investigating and bring more Malian people to talk about it. That's what we can do.
All right. For Adama and Sidibe, please share with us your emails in the private chat, because we're gonna have more conversation about this. And the girl who left, Mariam, I'm still in touch with her. She had to go somewhere, but we'll be coming again to talk about this with the just to hear more voices from that side. And please welcome a lot of people from Mali, even if they don't speak English. We have someone in our team speak fluent French. We can have a session in that language to make sure that, and we can have translators to make sure that, you know, we talk to our people and we hear about their feeling and everything. I mean, what's going on, what has been going on, just to educate everybody in the continent to know what's really going on there. I want to give an opportunity to Niger as well. To Niger, what will be your your final say, and maybe to answer the question that is here on the screen as well.
Regarding solidarity to the Malians, my solidarity to them is to wish them the best with their leader. Like I said, both things can operate at the same time. You can't expect one side to say, you know what, let's encourage this to keep happening to the other 400 million people. And you can't expect the Somalis to say, oh, the leader is a bad leader when they feel he's a good leader. So I sympathize with their view of their leader. That is all good. But they too have to sympathize with the leaders that are leading another people that are almost 50 times their population, and saying that if these things are not, we don't set standards, things could fall apart and Malians will not be any better. Hence why there is no villain here. We are all trying to be the best for our people. And some people see it in the short term. I'm seeing in the medium and long term that if you want stability for the future in a continent where they just negotiated a free trade agreement, they are talking about the common passport. You can't have military regime keep popping up, because the format that they have for those things is based on democratic elected governments. You can't have them pop up and shoot up and do all these things. And this problem could have been alleviated so easily. The regime could have easily converted themselves to a civilian regime, and there will be zero sanctions. If they are not creative enough to do that, and the people still like them, that is fine. I support everything they are doing, because they have a right to like their leaders. But so do the others that have even a bigger responsibility. We say this all the time. Everybody keeps saying they have a right to choose. Of course, you have a right to choose. There are so many things we choose to do in our own homes or in our own compounds or in our own clan that the national government will reject because it's against the bigger law. There's a bigger goal because we have bigger population to worry about. And we've been having a discussion about how we want to silence the guns on the continent. And if you want to do that, somewhere along the line, the metal is going to hit the road and some people are not going to be happy. That is what it takes. This is what statecraft is like. You know, we have to try to understand that this is not a one view against the Malians and the other view for the Malians. I'm for the Malian people. I'm one of the people that was really furious about the presence of the French there. I'm saying they should be out of there. We shouldn't even need soldiers there. We have Malians there, 20 million strong. What are they doing with them? What are they doing? Look at the square that you showed in that video. What are they doing with those people? Use your people. The people that you are bringing to come and help them, they don't have 5 heads. They just have training knowledge. You can transfer knowledge by just 20 people. Why do you need 1,000 Russians? Because you're afraid they're going to invade your country? No, they're not going to invade your country. You didn't go out invading anybody. Why should they invade your country? If they invade your country, that's when you invite 1,000 Russians. But not now. You have 20 million people, have them trained by 20 of them. If they want to use Zoom to teach them, use Zoom to teach them. If you want to send the weapons using DHL, send the weapons using DHL. You don't need people on the ground. We can't keep giving foreigners access to our people, access to our landscape. They will gather intelligence. This is what they will do. They will gather so much intelligence and they will recruit so many Malians to serve in their intelligence services. We can't keep exposing ourselves to all these things and think it's okay, because obviously we don't understand statecraft that much. But in the end, all I'm saying is that for the Malians, maybe they may not understand it now. I'm also for the greater stability of the continent. That is how we get out of this circle of coups and counter coups. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Niger, for your insight. Let me go with Kenny Will. Kenny Will. Okay, maybe he's not there. Let me go to my brother Ezra, the brain.
Yeah, I think like first and foremost, I would like to say to the Malians who are listening that your struggle, your suffering, your pain, it is the suffering and the pain of all of us across Africa. We might understand your condition differently because of our context, because of our perspective, where we are from, and how far we are from the crisis. And like I can guarantee you, Niger will feel it as much as any one of us here. But we see your struggle, your challenges, and we think we might say, oh, this solution is this way or that solution that way. But one thing I can tell you, as Niger was explaining himself, he was explaining himself in solidarity with you. As Rich explaining himself, he's explaining himself in solidarity with you. In solidarity, so the solidarity comes in different forms, in different shapes. So the Malian people, the message first of all I have is for the Malian people to feel like they are not in battle alone by themselves. They are battling an African war, an African crisis, an African problem. Why do I say it's an African problem? The crisis that you are experiencing in Mali has its genesis in Libya, has its genesis in colonialism, has its genesis in slavery, has its genesis in the demise of the African culture and the oppression and the dismantling of African identity, African values over the past 500 years. You know, so the genesis is so much wide and so much deep. We are interlinked and interconnected in that way. I mean, you see crisis in Ethiopia, you see crisis in Congo, you see crisis in Mali, you see crisis in Burkina Faso, Niger, the Sahels, and Libya. You see crisis all over the place. What ties all these crises, all these problems? What is in common with all the problems? How come we have insecurities everywhere in Africa? Not just in Mali, but everywhere in Africa. To a degree, every country, be it in Nigeria that has much more stable government than Mali right now, or be it in Ghana that has more stable government than any other place in Africa, or you see crisis that ties all Africa together, that weaves all Africans together. So we are in the same crisis, with the same challenges, same problems, which appears different, which appear unique to a particular location, but they're the same. The Sudanese people are struggling with the very thing they're struggling with in Mali. So what we need to begin as Africans to need to think about, what are the fundamental issues that Africans are asking for, are seeking to overcome, are looking and aspiring to build and create. What are they? What are those things? Like good governance. Good governance means, 45% of Malians who are below the natural rate of poverty are now we will begin to take care of them. We'll begin to resolve the challenges they face, from security to in food security, physical security, all sort of security issues, challenges that Malians are facing. Then we'll begin to address them. The same thing again across the other side of the continent. Interestingly, two of the same kind of flag colors are struggling on both sides of the corner of Africa. I mean, Mali and Ethiopia share the same colors, and they are facing almost the same crisis right now. So we begin to resolve them, and then we begin to think about, our fellow Africans, how can Ethiopia figure out the crisis in Tigray without having to subjugate and oppress or kill another Tigray? How can Malians resolve the crisis without having to have conflicts with the Tuareg? Or how can the Tuareg solve the crisis without having to fight a war with their fellow Arabs? How can Arabs in Sudan solve the crisis without having to fight with the non-Arab Sudanese? So how can we begin to see your fellow brothers and sisters as Africans as opposed to their tribe or their religion or their location, that we share poverty together, prosperity together? How can we begin to think about these fundamental concerns of families and communities across Africa and then make governance about resolving these concerns, as opposed to making governance as shortcut to some temporary relief for the elite? How can we begin to reuse our resources, our human resource, our natural resource, to resolving our crisis? How can we make sure Niger does not only export uranium to France, uses the very same resources it has to resolve its energy crisis? It's not just Niger's energy crisis, but the energy crisis in Nigeria, the energy crisis in Ghana, the energy crisis in Ivory Coast. How can Niger be for Niger and for their neighbors, Mali for itself and for its neighbors? So those are the things that I hope we go in the direction of, so that, as Rich pointed out, we need long-term and sustained solutions for our challenges. I appreciate you, Mika, for taking the leadership on this, and I appreciate the Malians who have showed up here to really share with us and enlighten us and inform us. And I appreciate Niger, who always takes the difficult route in getting us to think the hard questions. What Niger is doing is forcing us to think the hard questions. And we need this kind of discussions that allow us to really look at all the aspects of the equations, not just part of the equations, all the variables of the equations. And that's what we here at Swahili Network are interested in bringing and changing the narrative and altering the narrative for better. Not just for the elites, the few of us who are able to connect with each other, but for the majority of Africans who don't have the ability to be heard, who don't have the voice, who don't have the platform to voice their point of view and have their concerns aired. So that's what it is about. Thank you so much.
Appreciate the brain. Thank you so much for your voice. His Excellence Ezra.
Thank you, His Excellency, and thank you to the people of Mali who've joined us today. As His Excellency has already said, that this is your home. You are welcome anytime. And since this issue has already begun, please keep on coming and notifying us how the things are changing, how things are what's happening on the ground in Niger. And another thing,
in Mali.
In Mali. Sorry, I'm now talking about Niger.
We've talked about Niger before in the past. That's why it keeps coming back. Yeah, so.
Mali as well. So for the people of Mali, I just want to say, keep us updated. What's happening on the ground, and let's see how things go in the coming months. Or even the years that maybe the military has asked us for us to see if they're really serious. And one question I had for the people of Mali is, okay, maybe it's just a comment, whether Mali will consider having a capital city maybe somewhere in the center, because Bamako is like really down southwest so much, and the big chunk of the country is empty. I know there's a desert and stuff, but will Mali maybe in the future? But that's a question to answer in the coming conversation. and then we can have maybe people who can tell us whether there's been plans to make a capital maybe in the center where just like what Nigeria did with Abuja, building it in the center of the country where you are reaching out to even the people who might be far away, especially when you talk about some of the people who've been called terrorists and those groups. Maybe if you reach out to them where it's closer for them to raise their concern as a capital. That's just something I would love to hear in the next conversation. And for me, my prayer is for the people of Mali to prosper, and for Mali to be safe, and for the people of Mali to also have direction. Because obviously all the euphoria was gonna die down. Now the reality is gonna start. I know that Niger is more pointing out to that fact that after all these things, as a people, that any decision that you are making, you have to live with it, and you'll have to be strong. And we pray that a favorable decision for the people of Mali, especially the people on the ground, can really have a good resolution, because it's going to affect businesses, intra-trade between countries, especially in the borders. And the very basics are going to be expensive. Those are the things that the people of Mali should be thinking of and coming up with creative ways to survive this storm and this challenge. But we pray that as Africa, as ECOWAS, they'll come to the party, they'll call the leadership there, and there will be a sort of a solution, or something, a short-term solution for the people, especially the people, because I'm thinking for the people. Because now think of the bread price, just think of the basics, how it's going to affect them, because there's intra-trade between countries around there. So we just pray that a next resolution, a next solution can come, and then there will be a solution for the time being until there's election in the country, there's stability, because the people of Mali are emphasizing stability, that they can't do much because they want to stabilize the country, they want to get rid of all the terrorist attacks and groups. But we pray that the military government will abide by what they are saying. 5 years will be 5 years if ECOWAS allows them for that 5 years, and they will do what's best for the people. And that's just a prayer for peace, that there isn't any insurgency, any groups that will rise, because now those are the things that might arise, especially when you are sidelined like this. So we need to pray for Mali, and our prayer is for Mali to find peace, and that everyone in Mali will come to sit in the same table to discuss their issues as a country first. And then when they go into ECOWAS, they'll have even a bigger voice as a country. And that's it from my side. And for us, we'll keep praying as Africa, and we'll keep checking up on you as a family. And we hope that God willing, we will reach and step on the land of Mali soon. Thank you.
Yes, appreciate it. All right, Adama, what is your final statement that you want to share with us? And this again is the beginning, so don't feel like this is the end. It's the beginning, and I shared the WhatsApp group link in the private chat. I want you guys from Mali to join that group and share whatever information you have. We have a lot of people in that group, just to get to know what is going on in that side. Share anything you have, just drop in there. And it will be easy, because anytime we're coming here to have another conversation about Mali, we can just ask you guys in the WhatsApp that, hey, we are having a conversation with Mali people today, and invite more people. As I said, from that side, we have people here who can speak French, and we can translate and get the message across the continent. All right, Adama, you can go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm sure I agree with the other assistants what they said. Generally, I'm not agree with military, especially. No, my feeling is for my people, because the sanction ECOWAS, it is not good for our people. This is why I'm trying to explain with Naja what our people feeling. But the situation now in Mali is so complicated. The military and the other organization, international organization, they have a main issue in diplomatic side. What I want to add again is all African youth must be together to defend our continent. Whatever our different opinion, but we must keep on the main interest in of Africa. This is what I want to add, and I thank you so much for that time, and I appreciate so much what you are doing for Africa in general.
No worries, my brother. We're all doing a good job. Appreciate. Sidibe, what would be your final thoughts?
Oh, okay. Thank you for all your words, and really I appreciate. Thank you very much for all your words. Okay, what I want to say, an old president said, in the future there will be a world communication. It means the communication of the world communication, and I think this is what's happened everywhere now. For example, you can see Libya. They just did a fake communication in order to kill the president of Libya, and that's what is happening even right now. And let's say the Western support each other, even though they know this one what he's doing is not good. For example, America and England have decided to support French because they have a common interest. Okay, they have the common interest, even though they know what France is doing is not good, but they are still supporting them. And I feel like the way that you are doing this kind of communication is also good, because I know most of you don't speak French. They don't know exactly what's happening in the country. They just know, okay, the soldier gave 18 months, but now they don't want to move. No, soldiers are the one who is in the battlefield. They are the one who is dying, and they know the reality of the landscape. So they are the one who are able maybe to help us. Okay. Even maybe, for instance, that's what we feel. So the reason why we decided to help them. And as I've said, most of you are from English countries, so they don't speak French. And our official language is French. So all of our thing is in French. Even though we are able to learn French, okay, for our local language, but anyway, still our official language, for instance. So all our information is in French. So now you guys who cannot speak French, who cannot understand French, so we have some difficulty to understand. Reason why most of you are not really informed about the situation. So really, I appreciate this platform. Thank you very much.
Appreciate Sidibe. I'm really sorry. We have somebody here from Mali as well, TB Dan. He has been trying to come in for a long time, but his device is not connected. It's disconnected. He really wanted to speak, and he can also speak French, but he's having really a hard time. I think this will be a breakthrough. It will be a breakthrough to connect Francophone side of Africa, to the family, and to raise our voice together. And I really want to appreciate everybody inside today. I want to appreciate Niger inside as well. I think this was very productive conversation, and we all need to we all see different angles, and we all have a different opinion in this matter. So I would just like to call everybody to we need to be patient with one another, and we need to extend grace as well, and not really attacking each other, because sometimes we don't see eye to eye, but we all have opinions, and we all have important point that we want to address to what we say. So we need to extend that, and we need to be willing to have this conversation. And that will lead us to have a united Africa, because I do believe that all of us here will represent a lot of people behind us who think like the way we think, right? So it's not just one person, but it's a lot of people behind us who think the same way. And how are we going to be able to get through this is by having these dialogues and this conversation, being informed, right? So I want to appreciate the Malians, people who came here today and share with us. And this is not the end, as I said. I wish tonight I didn't have another engagement, because tonight I'll be having interview with Tunacheki. So Africa, please come and join that conversation. Tunacheki is one of the very popular YouTube channel here in Africa. They've been doing a lot for the continent to spread awareness about different African culture and things that are happening in Africa. So they've been doing an amazing job. Amazing job. And I'll be having a conversation with him tonight to know, how he started. And as well, we'll be sharing some tips for those who wants to start something like this, because we need more channels like this. We need more people who will come and speak about this more often out there in Africa. This is one of the ways that we can, we can raise our voices. So I believe we'll be teaming up to give you a little bit of the tips with my brother Tunachek. So please, if you can, come here at 9 p.m. as well, hear that conversation. But we'll be coming, tomorrow and other days to keep talking about this situation. I'm so on the bright side. I'm so glad because of how many people are engaged on social media right now. I posted some tweets on my tweet, and I see. I share this video and I see a lot of people involved. I see, a lot of Ethiopians coming out and, standing with, with what's going on right there in, in Nigeria and I mean, in Mali, and everyone to be like, they're very curious and eager to see something happening, and saving people's lives, right, in the side of Mali. So this is beautiful. I think we're bringing awareness, and we'll keep doing this again and again and again. So tomorrow, guys, we'll have this session again. Let's come and, put our message across there. Let's come and have this conversation. And yeah, I think it's great. So I want to appreciate you guys.
Nika, before you close, I know you made good point. I don't want to say. I just wanted to stress one point that just picks off from the Twitter you made, and which is, I've said this before. Africans and our struggles, we have to make the initiative to make them interlinked with other struggles. That is when we win. Ethiopia managed to push back, at least to some degree, not in totality, but to some degree, that Western power, when it has decided to link its struggle with the rest of Africa. When it made it explicitly clear that we are not struggling just by ourselves, but we are struggling with the rest of Africa. So I wanted to point out to the Malians here, don't fight alone. Fight with Nigerians on your side, with Ghanaians on your side, with Ivorians on your side. Even if they don't understand you, do your very best to get the Nigerians to come to your side, not to the French side. Because the French win when Mali fights this war by herself, when Malians are fighting by themselves. And that's what they've managed to do over the past 10 years. Isolate Mali from its neighbors. So I just wanted to stress out, we have to galvanize
one last thing before I go. I think what he's saying is so correct. It has prompted something in my head. When the West built their first nuclear technology, what the technology Africans have now was more advanced than what they had then. So what is stopping us? When other countries recruited their soldiers and have significantly more soldiers, even when they are technologically more advanced than us, what is stopping us from doing it? When other countries don't invite people to come into their territories to help them with military, why do we keep doing the same thing? Why we have our people, we treat them like paper toys or like they don't have brain. Why do we do this? This guy is correct. Why are we not coming together? This problem is not a big problem. What is this Mali problem? Little Pinko, whatever they call them, these militant people. How many are they? We are not even lifting 10% of what we are capable of doing. Mali has a military of about 20-something thousand when they have 20 million people. We are not even doing it's like they don't even respect our people. Do you think if they put you in a ring with any other group in this world, you are going to jump out of the ring because you think they are the heavyweights and you can box with them? Every African is just as strong as every other group in the world, if not stronger. Why are we not using our people? Somebody tell me why are we not using that thing is driving me crazy. Why do we keep using foreigners? We have all the powers in our hand to do what we want to do. Even if we want to build missiles, we have the power to do it ourselves. Because when they first built missiles, they didn't have the technologies that we have in our hands right now in Africa. They didn't have computers. They didn't have all the analysis tools that we have, that even Google can give to us. We just somehow, our leader just somehow lacked the will, or I don't know whether there's a mask put over our heads that we can't see through these things. It's so obvious. And for me, even me, it took me just till last week for me to realize that when they built their first nuclear technology, the technology they had was just as advanced as what we have now. If we have even more advanced technology in our hands right now than when they built the first nuclear technology. So why are we not doing it? Why are we not defending ourselves? There is something, there is a mask that is covering us, that is shielding us from fully gaining full consciousness to our real potential. And that is, when we do that, all this will go away. These problems we have are not big problems. A few militants here and there is not going to phase how many, this in 1 billion population. The reason why all this is hurting us is because it's preventing our people from coming back and it's making our people run away.
Niger, the quick answer is the first one is the way we value ourselves, our self-worth. That's the first element. So that addresses the fundamental issue, which is the internal part. The external part is that because once we are not thinking of ourselves as worthy, as we should be valuing ourselves, because our valuation of ourselves is so low, and then our estimation of ourselves is so low, and then the external forces come in, and then they play games with that. So they keep Malians from thinking, oh, their English-speaking neighbors are different, or they keep the Ghanaians from thinking their French neighbors from in the north, Burkinabos, are different from them. Meanwhile, there's so much more in common in them. If once you raise that sense of self-worthiness, the worth that you have of yourself, once you raise that, you realize you have much more in common with your fellow neighbors, and hence it's much easier for them to reach out and say, hey, Ethiopia, I'm struggling here. Can you come in? Oh, Nigeria, I'm struggling here in Ethiopia. Can you come and help? Oh, Ghana, I'm struggling. So then it becomes, you don't have any shame in asking me and asking Mika, I don't know how to answer this. Can you help me with this? So because our word, our self-presence.
Tonight. Yeah, but I will extend that. Let's come tomorrow tonight. Let's come tomorrow to
chat with your friend now. He wants to go and chat with his friend. What does he care about us anymore?
No.
Kechi is a new boy on the block now. You don't know
tonight.
That's not true. That's not true. You know that's not true.
I
know. You're pulling something.
Nigel, I love you, man, and I'm on your side. And I want to say this for closing, and then we'll leave. I think there's for both military, all right, and this is what Nigel's been addressing the whole day today, and to ECOWAS. I think in every decision that we are going to make or we're making, we should think about, the people. So both for military, the decision that they're making and how they're running things, that they should think and know that people who are going to be affected are the common mwananchi, civilians. The same thing to ECOWAS as well. If you have dad and mom fighting in the house, the one who suffers is, kids, not really dad and mom, because they can just go here and there, and kids, they don't have food on the table. They want to see dad and mom are happy. raising family together, but they cannot see that any longer because, you know, dad and mom are fighting. So for whatever we do, we have to realize that we are not fighting for power, but our duty and our responsibility should be fighting for people. So if we want to put whatever they want to put on, you know, sanctions on Mali, we have to think about people. And for the military, you know, in Mali as well, in the regime, they have to think about people, what is good for the people. People comes first in whatever place, in whatever government. When you talk about democracy, when you talk about regime, people should always come first. They're the one who dying and risking a lot. Not a government, you know, not anyone else, but people. So we should always focus on people. And I hope and I wish what is going on right now in Mali, I wish it will, you know, I just wish that situation will change, you know, as soon as possible, so that we may not lose more people and we may not destabilize and having something worse than what we're having right now or what we ever had. That's my wish. And I appreciate you guys. We'll come here tomorrow. We'll talk again. We'll build, you know, in this topic and everything. So yeah, let's just keep there and arrange our points. Go out there, get more information, and, you know, get ready. This conversation is not over. We'll have this more and again and again and again. So I want to appreciate you guys. Let me let you go for now.
All right, let's clear out. Bye.
I appreciate it.
Niger was a force today. Niger was a force.
Yeah.
Prayers? No prayers? Or did you do the prayer?
Oh, no. Oh, okay. Yeah, let me go ahead and pray as well. Oh, His Excellency, you're here. So His Excellency, can you pray for us? I need to prepare for the next session right now.
Yeah, we have Biggie to translate French, at least on the team. So
Yeah.
Biggie has another task for him.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for this day that you've blessed us with. Thank you for the gathering of brothers and sisters from all across the continent and all across the world. We thank you, Father God, for the people of Mali. We pray for the peace of Mali. We pray for strength. We pray that there will be a peaceful resolution in Mali, that the people of Mali and the people around ECOWAS will come together to help Mali, and Mali will grow, and Mali will be a stable country and a lighting shine to the rest of the continent. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
That's a good prayer right there.
Yeah, I'm excited about Tunacheki, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Same here.
Same here.
You know, he was in Addis, right?
Yes.
I don't know. I think it was a team of people that were in Addis. So.
Yeah, a lot of YouTubers. I was supposed to be there with them as well, but you know what happened?
They had a Pan-African conference, by the way.
Yes, they did. They did.
Why is Israel disappearing?
I'm trying to stop you so that we may not start a new conversation. But
I'm trying to avoid that. That's I think this we'll keep for tonight. We'll ask about the trip.
Don't avoid conversations. Don't avoid conversations. Don't avoid conversations.
Look at this guy.
Yeah, I'm saying my goodbye. It's good, like, you know, it's always good to have, like, you know, moments of light moments, you know, to decompress, you know, to move off some serious topics into the next thing. It's a good transition for you, and that's why I'm pushing a little bit of this chitty chats, you know, so.
Yeah, you know, I also enjoy that, you know. But let's
look at the outdoor.
Look at the
outdoor. Look at the outdoor and the muscle there. The muscle.
Yeah. Don't start, you know. Remind you of Kuru, you know.
Are we going to call him Pastor General Ezra? Comrade.
So, you know,
yeah.
Now I know that I can just come there and live there for free.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, this is the first time I'm actually seeing Ezra after the passing of Desmond Tutu. I don't know if we did full coverage. You did a full coverage of Desmond Tutu?
No, I have no idea. I'm hearing you right now about this.
No. Let's take this offline. I talked to Ezra about it.
And definitely, he can definitely come and and cover this. Yeah.
I like Rich. I like Rich quietly sitting there listening to us. Quietly listening to us, staying all the way through for 5 hours.
Of course, man. I appreciate being here all the time, man. It's always good because it's actually things that really concern us, So honestly, I look for as much information as I can be in Africa and in diaspora, but I know the people there, they have more insight for us, So I'm willing to listen. I'm willing to listen.
Yes. It's a good example. Yes, hey, man. Mika, thank you for doing this. Keep doing this. Keep your hard work.
No worries, my brother.
We appreciate you.
Yeah, man, Mika. See you, man. Good job, man. Good job.
Thank you for standing with me. Yeah. Thank you for standing for Africa and for standing with me. Appreciate it.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Bye, brother. All right, guys. I'll see you guys at 9 p.m. East African time. Please come back here. Invite everybody. We'll have Tuna Check here today. And yeah, we'll have an amazing conversation. Thank you for everybody. I appreciate it. See you guys later at 9 p.m. East African time. I'll leave you with
Thank you.